Alright, hello. Thank you, Gore, for lurking. A little late again today, but that's okay. We're gonna keep going. So, usual announcements. I'm partnered with Gumhaven this month. I think it's Gumshaven. Anyway, charity is Mermaids. It helps people who are transitioning, being able to talk to somebody and somebody who knows what they're going through and that type of stuff. We should be doing our collab at the end of the month on the 31st. Don't have any more details for that except for the date. As always, if you want to donate, there's a link down in there should be a link in my Twitter. If not, there's one you can do, !charity, bam, like that. And we've already raised 889 pounds, which I believe comes to about $1,200. I'll need to double check what the conversion is again. So yeah, we're making really good progress this year. We're only a third the way through the month, and we've already blew past all the goals, and we're working on a $2,000 goal. So that's great. Today I'm gonna be finishing up Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. We're gonna start with Act 2, which is the creepy / disturbing part. And then once we finish the game, we're gonna go through and do the side stuff, which will be the stuff that's actually new to me. So that's fun. Let's go ahead and start doing that. Switch to the game, and it'll start any moment. It's loading. All right. Log in. Log. There we go. Okay. I like my desktop for this game, I guess. Alright, so I thought about it, and I feel like the best timeline is... Wow, why does this say 8 in the morning? It must have a weird time zone for me. Anyway, the best time zone is the one where you romance Sayori, because that's when everybody gets along at the end, and you get to talk to all the girls the entire time. So that's the one that we're going to continue, even though Natsuki is objectively the best girl. But yeah, we're going to do Sayori, because that's the best timeline. And this is where I saved all of them. We went ahead and did all of the 3 stories. That's what the 3 saves were. So now we're gonna go back, and everything's gonna be terrible. Monica, you know about that? Of course I do. I'm the club president after all. But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori tell her about that quickly? Tell her about it that quickly? She's talking about the thing that happened the day before, about her getting upset. Oh, I guess that we're a couple now because we're in the Sayori timeline. I didn't really plan on bringing it up to anyone yet. Jeez. You don't know the full story at all, so don't worry. I probably know a lot more than you think. Huh? Monica's being friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets? They came out really nice. Sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously. Yeah, I think so too. I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel. I recognized Natsuki's and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. It's one I haven't read before. Percent. Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. A lot of get out of my heads. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach. Toma? What's wrong? Nothing. Poem feels completely different from anything else Sayori has written. More than that, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go get Sayori, so... Oh, well, alright. Try not to take too long, okay? I quickly leave the classroom. Don't strain yourself, Monica calls out after me. I quicken my pace. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori. It's not that big of a deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be different, as things will be the same as they always have been. That's all she needs, and what I want to give her. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I didn't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. Sayori? She's a really heavy sleeper. I swallow. I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. That really is something a boyfriend would do, isn't it? In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori? Wake up, dummy. No response. I really didn't want to have her enter, or I didn't really want to enter her room like this. Isn't this kind of a breach of privacy? But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. Exception has occurred. See traceback. Game/script char 5. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way this can be real. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything's normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. I told her I know what's best for her and everything will be okay. Why? Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Confessing to her? I shouldn't have confessed to her. That's not what Sayori needed at all. She even told me how painful it is for others to care about her. Then why did I confess to her and make her feel even worse? Why was I so selfish? This is all my fault. I really want you to reload the game. My swimming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I just spent more time with her, walked her to school, and remained friends with her, like it always had been, then I could have prevented this. I know I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club, screw the festival. Just lost my best friend, someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. Nothing I do can bring her back. This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. I only had one chance, and it wasn't careful enough. And now I'll carry the guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers. But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now, I can never take it back. Never, 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 never. End. Game is not suitable for children. Alright. Let's see what we have here. First of all, we have new music, apparently. I don't see it. But, okay. Files. Game. I don't see it here. Oops, go back. Okay, I'll go back. Happy Thoughts PNG is here. Here's the traceback file. Command, Doki Literature Club, uncaught, VM runtime exception occurred, stack trace, jump, exception, oh geez. I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a sec. I could probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? It would probably be a lot easier if I just delete her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Well, here goes nothing. Alright, I can go into here, and we have no Sayori. Is this something? Note. Insecure directory. This is a scratch disk. Do not use it to store Ray is working on. Okay, this is something to do with ARG stuff that I don't know anything about. File copy test from disposable drive to thin client meeting notes. This is new, I think. Updated development timeline, new task. Test cases for generic model. I think I actually did see this last week. System. I don't know if I can open any of these. Oh, I can open these. Access key found so far from tower rotation. Key pair 1 gear. Clock time. A 3-digit number combination somewhere. Boat. Spaceship. Okay. Let's see. 7, 4. These were all from before, I guess. Well, the last one opened. How come the rest of these didn't? I definitely didn't see this before because I thought it was not going to open. I don't know if there's any files in here. I don't really want to look through them all. 710, that's today. All of these were updated today. 5, 5, 5. Alright, well, I don't know what's there. Attributes. This is probably nothing. Okay. And, alright, let's go back into here. Alright, let's start Act 2. All these files are corrupted. Blah, 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 blah. I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is blah blah. My neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I also feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let blah 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 catch up to me. Got an achievement. It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and groups of friends walking to school together. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone. I always tell myself it's about time to meet some girls or something like that. I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. The school is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before you know it. After I pick up my things, I stare blankly at the wall looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Toma? Monica? Oh my goodness, I totally didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right? Yeah, it has. Monica smiles sweetly. This sounds a little bit off. We do know each other. Well, we rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monica is probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic, basically completely out of my league. So after having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come here for anyway? Oh, I've just been looking for some people to use for my club. Or some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers? I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right? Yeah, about that. Actually, I quit the debate club. Really? You quit? Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. Oh, did I lose sound? Hold up. What happened to my sound? Pretty sure the sound's not supposed to cut out there. 1 second. Well, that still works. Interesting. I can't know for sure if this is... This sounded... No, this is still working. Yeah, this is still working. Okay, whatever, let's keep going. In that case, what club did you decide to join? Actually, I'm starting a new one. Oops. Hold on. Okay, well, let's keep going. I can't tell if that's on purpose or not, but I do not remember a cut. I do not recalling it cut. I do not recall it cutting out here before. Actually, I'm starting a new one. Oh, a literature club. Yeah, there's definitely still sound here. Literature. That sounds kind of dull. How many members do you have so far? It's kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us so far. It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring. Well, I can see that. But it's really not boring at all, you know? Literature can be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of my members even keeps her manga collection in the club room. Wait, really? Yeah, it's funny, right? She's always insists that manga's literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right? Did Monica say she? Hey, Toma. By any chance, are you still looking for a club to join? I mean, I guess so, but in that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Please? Well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out. Ah, awesome. You're really sweet, Tommy, you know that? It's nothing, really. Shall we go then? I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica for her irresistible smile. I dejectedly followed Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. There we go, now we got the sound back. I'm back! And I brought a guest with me. Oop. A guest? Seriously? You brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Don't be mean, Natsuki. But anyway, welcome to the club, Toma. all words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. Kawaii! Anyway, so let me guess. You're Monika's boyfriend, right? What? No, I'm not. Natsuki, the girl with the sour attitude whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student. Anyway, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president. It's nice to meet you. Yuri, who appears comparatively more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. So I ran into Toma in a classroom and he decided to come check out the club. Isn't that great? Wait, Monika, didn't you tell me you let me know in advance before you brought someone new? I was going to, well, you know. Sorry. I didn't forget that. I just happened to run into him. In that case, I should at least make some tea, right? She was gonna make cupcakes. I want cupcakes. Yeah, that'd be great. Why don't you come sit down, Toma? The girls have a few desks arranged into a table. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monika and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monika. So, I know you didn't really plan on coming here, but we'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are interested in putting out all the effort to start something brand new, especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki? Well, I guess. Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal. Monika must have worked really hard just to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. I think this is a little loud. She carefully places the teacup in front of each of us before setting down the teapot in the middle. You keep a whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teacher gives us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you. That's not it. Insulted Yuri looks away. I mean that, you know, I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but at least I enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Toma, what kind of things do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read the past few years, I don't really have a good way to answer that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something but keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. She traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me, and tells a good story in a foreign world. And telling a good story in a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her confidence in the world of books and not people. But, you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. It's amazing how a writer can deliberately take advantage of your lack of information and completely throw you for a loop. Anyway, I've been reading through a lot of horror recently. I read a horror book once. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at even a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri may as well be having a conversation with a rock. Haha, I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits you perfectly. Oh, is that so? Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down. Surreal horror is often very successful by changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment. Ugh, I hate horror. Oh? Why is that? Well, Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second. Never mind. That's right, you usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called Don't Say It Out Loud! And give me that back. Fine. Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care? I think it's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not very confident writer yet? I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, we can get an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment. Hey, I just got an idea. How about this? Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone's even. I mean, I thought it was a good idea. Well, I think you're right, Monika. We should probably start finding activities for us to participate in together. I decided to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree, Toma? Hold on, there's still one problem. Huh? What's that? Now that we've reached the most important topic, I blatantly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I would join this club. Monika may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes. But, I'm sorry, I thought... The girls exchanged glances before Monika turns back to me. I guess I need to tell you the truth, Toma. That you killed Sayori? The thing is, we don't have enough members yet to form an official club. We need 4. and I've been trying really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one before the festival, I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. Besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. If writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with these beautiful girls, right. Okay, I've made a decision. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up. Oh my goodness, really? Do you really mean that, Toma? Yeah, I think it'd be fun, right? You really did scare me for a moment. I mean, if you really just left us all, if you really just left after all this, I'd be super pissed. Toma, I'm so happy. We can become official club. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay? Thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think with that we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring to the next meeting so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Toma, I look forward to see how you express yourself. Hehe. Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Can't wait. With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the three girls, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in the literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright, I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Special poem. Which special poem did I get? Today I cut my skin open for the first time. It was exhilarating. I think I understand how Yuri feels now? Somebody feels now. I'm supposed to be the responsible one, though, so I don't think I'll be doing that again, unless I decide to kill myself. I left a memento of the occasion below. Alright. Blood. Oh no, she gets hope. Kawaii. Let's see. Nibble. Marriage. Fluffy. Giggle. Sunset. Let's see. Fireworks. Lipstick. Color. Doki Doki. Play. Dance. Jumpy. Poof. Joy. Oh no, she gets joy. Milk. I didn't get any weird words. Hey again, Toma. Oh, I think this is the one where the background's slowly rotating. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Nah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but at least I keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was the last one to come in, so everybody else is already hanging out. Oh, Yuri's face just freaked out. Thanks for keeping your promise, Toma. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst in literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oop. Oh, come on. Like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monica. Yeah, the background's definitely just twisting a little bit. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what, but if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it. I can't read what you're saying, Monica. Natsuki something have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in her room. Certainly. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga in the manga collection in the club room. Monica? Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat. I'm sorry, Toma. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay? Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance. Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you might have interest in picking up a book to read. Well, I can't say no either way. Like you said, I'm in the club now. So it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask. But wait, I didn't mean it like that. If you really don't want to, then forget I said anything, I guess. No, it's not like that, Yuri. I want to try to be part of this club. Even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to. Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you get started on something you might like. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted. How is this girl accidentally being cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book. Phew. Everything's sideways. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Oh, it fixed. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but to notice her intense expression. Like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is running around in the closet. It's rummaging around in the closet. Ugh! I hear Natsuki utter an exasperating sigh from within the closet. See, she seems to be annoyed by something. I approach her in case she needs a hand. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. You looking for something in there? Fucking Monica! She never puts my stuff back in the right spot. What's the point in keeping your collection organized if someone else is just gonna mess it up? Natsuki slides a bunch of stacked books and boxes across the shelf. Manga? You read manga, right? Sometimes. Manga is one of those things you can't admit you're really into until you figure out where the other person stands. How do you know, anyway? I heard you bring it up at some point. Besides, it's kind of written all on your face. What's that supposed to mean? I see. There's a lone volume manga amidst a stack of various books on the side of one shelf. Curious, I pull it out of the stack. There it is! Natsuki snatches it out of my hand. Then she turns to the box of manga and slips the volume right into the middle of the rest. Ah, much better. Seeing a box set with one book missing is probably the most irritating sight in the world. I know how that feels. I get closer looking at the box set she's admiring. Parfait Girls? It's a series I've never heard of in my life. That probably means it's either way out of my demographic or it's just simply terrible. If you're gonna judge, you can do it through the glass door. She points at the classroom door. Hey, I wasn't judging anything. I didn't even say anything. It was the tone of your voice. But I'll tell you one thing, Toma. Consider this. Oop, don't judge a fucking. Alright. Don't judge a book. In fact, Natsuki pulls out the first volume of Parfait Girls from the box. I'm gonna show you exactly why. She shoves the book right into my hands. I stare at the cover. It features 4 girls in colorful attire, striking animated feminine poses. It's exceedingly mo. Don't just stand there. Ooh-ah? Ooh-woo? Natsuki grabs my arm and pulls me out of the closet. She then takes a seat against the wall beneath the windowsill and pats on the ground next to her, signaling me to sit there. Won't chairs be more comfortable? I take my seat. Chairs won't work. We can't read at the same time like that. Why's that? I guess it's easier to be close together like this. Oh, excuse me. Don't say it like that. You'll make me feel weird about it. Natsuki crosses her arms and scooches inches away from me. Sorry. I didn't exactly expect to be sitting this close to her either. Not that I can say it's a particularly bad thing. I open the book. It's only a few seconds before Natsuki once again inches closer, reclaiming the additional space while she hopes I don't notice. I can feel her peering over my shoulder, much more eager to begin reading than I am. Wow, how long has it been since I read the beginning? Don't you go back and flip through older volumes every now and then? Not really. Maybe sometimes after I finish reading the series. Hey, are you paying attention? I am, but nothing's really happened yet, so I can talk at the same time. It looks like it's about a bunch of girls in high school. Typical slice of life affair. I grew out of these since it's rare that for the writing to be entertaining enough to make up for the lack of plot. Are you sure this isn't boring for you? It's not. Even though you're just watching me read? Well, I'm fine with that. If you say so. I guess it's fun sharing something you like with someone else. I always get excited when I convince any of my friends to pick up a series I enjoy. You know what I mean? Huh? You don't? It's not... Well, I wouldn't really know. What do you mean? You don't share your manga with your friends? Could you not rub it in? Jeez. Sorry. Like I'd ever get my friends to read this. They just think manga's for kids. I can't even bring it up without them. Being like, "Ew, you still haven't grown out of that?" Makes me want to punch them in the face. Ugh, I know those kinds of people. Honestly, it takes a lot of effort to find friends who don't judge, much less friends who are also into it. I'm also kind of a loser, so I guess I gravitate towards other losers over time. It's probably a lot harder for someone like you, though. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Wait, which part? I mean, I feel like I can't even keep it in my own room. My dad would beat the shit out of me if he found this. At least it's safe here for in the clubroom. Except Monika's a jerk about it. Ugh, I can't win, can I? Well, it paid off in the end, didn't it? I mean, I'm here reading it. Well, it's not like that solves any of my problems. Maybe. But at least you're enjoying yourself, right? So... Jeez, that's enough. Are you gonna keep reading or what? Yeah. I flipped the page. ... Time passes. Natsuki is strangely quiet now. I glance over at her. Aw, she's sleeping. And it looks like she started to fall asleep. Hey, Natsuki. Huh? Suddenly Natsuki collapses straight into me. Hey! Oh, can't read this one. Let's see, history. I can't see it. History? Oh no, it's just random characters. Oh jeez. Natsuki, are you okay? Here. Monika reaches into her bag and pulls out some kind of protein bar. She throws it in Natsuki's direction. Natsuki's eyes suddenly light up again. She snatches the bar from the floor and immediately tears the wrapper off. I told you not to give... She doesn't even finish her sentence before stuffing it into her mouth. Don't worry, Thelma. She's fine. It just happens every now and then. That's why I always keep a snack in my bag for her. Anyway, why don't we share our poems now? Let's do Natsuki. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poem yesterday. It's probably only fair I should share mine with her first. Well, okay, let's start with the things I don't like. First of all, Natsuki rereads my poem. Fang. Never mind, I don't feel like giving you my opinion. Then what's the point of sharing in the first place? I wrote this when I could have been doing doing other things. In fact, remember how I said I wanted to read your poems? That's what I had in mind when writing this. I wanted to help you feel comfortable enough to share yours. Like Monika said. Well, I would be more comfortable sharing my poems if yours was really bad. You were supposed to show me some dumb poem and make me go, ha! Well, it's not that great, but let me show you what real literature looks like. And you went and ruined it. I hope you're happy. So, in other words, you're saying you liked it. Look. Natsuki's retort gets caught in her throat. You're so... You don't understand anything, do you? I already told you. You don't have to go and announce it to the world. You're like... you don't have to... Announcing it to the world. You're all self-important. Pretty sure you never actually said that. I say that mostly to myself. Natsuki must really hate me or something. I can't figure out if it's a win or a loss that she liked my poem. In any case, you still need to show me yours, right? Fine, I guess. Only because Monika will make me if I don't. Alright, so this is the same poem. Yep. Continue. Yeah, I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? Your writing style shouldn't make your message any less valid. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I was talking Natsuki's voice, whatever. I like when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you doing great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understood. But the nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up a rhythm at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized. That's because... wait. That's what I mean. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. You didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? I guess not. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but Natsuki is feeling proud. Then I won't take that away from her. Right, let's do Yuri. Yuri stares at the poem. A minute passes. More than enough time for her to finish reading the 20 words that I put on the page. Oh? Sorry. I forgot to start speaking. It's fine. Don't force yourself. I'm not. I just need to put my thoughts into words. Hold on. Okay. This is your first time writing a poem, right? Yeah? Excuse me. Why do you ask? I'm just making sure. I guess that it might be after reading through it. Oh, so is that bad? No! Did I just raise my voice? I'm sorry. Yuri brushes her face in her hand, buries her face in her hands. I couldn't help but notice that it's been several minutes and we haven't really gotten anywhere. It might take Yuri a while to get used to new people. It's fine. I didn't really notice. What were you saying? Right. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through it myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognized in new writers is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and then they form-fit the two together. The end result is that both the style and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor completely changes. Her stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and technique that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice and learning by example and trying to teach new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki might be a little biased though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to me or herself, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it. Yuri smiles dreamily, as if it's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be the Literature Club? Alright, Ghost Lights. Alright, so we read this one before too. I'm sorry, I have such terrible handwriting. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting's pretty. Huh? That's a relief. I also liked your poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short? I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you liked it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about ghosts at all, Toma. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their thoughts and feelings and experiences in their work. They usually do more than a simple. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought of that. It's impressive. It's nothing, really. Well, it makes me happy that you think that. Just remember that it won't be long before you pick up on these things too. Yeah, maybe you're right. I guess I'll have to keep trying. I'm counting on you. Alright, Monica. Hey, Toma. Having a good time so far? Yeah. Good, glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening. Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I can't laugh. Don't worry, Toma. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But that's the sort of barrier that we all learn to get past together soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. I like it, Toma. Really? It's a lot cuter than I expected. Oh, jeez. No. It kind of makes me think of something Natsuki would write. She's a good writer, too. So take that as a compliment. If you say so. Yep. And if you're interested in Natsuki, then always keep a snack on you. She'll cling to you like a puppy. Okay. Natsuki's dad doesn't give her much lunch money or leave her any food in the house, so she's in a pretty fussy mood pretty often. But sometimes she just loses all her strength and shuts down. Like earlier. This is just a guess, but I think she's so small because her malnutrition is interfering with her adolescent growth. But hey, some guys are into petite girls, you know? Sorry, just trying to look at the bright side. Anyway, do you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's 'cause I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know? I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in the wall, but he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings. This one's new. But my burned eyes can no longer see color. Are there any others in this room? Are they talking, or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of Frantic scrawling plays tricks on my ears. The room begins to crackle. Closing in on me, the air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right there. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. Yeah, this one's new. So what do you think? It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that a lot because it's kind of coming on so strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on paper and tidy it up later. Anyway, another way to think about this, if you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big, dark puddle of ink. So just try to move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. I was a little more stressful than I anticipated. Ooh. Oh, we got the poster back here. The music was really wonky and then it made me double check. We got the Sayori poster back here. If anyone is judging me for my mediocre writing ability, or it's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're just being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into, though. Across the room, Monica's writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch their expressions change. Oh, excuse me. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you can say it's fancy. Thanks. Yours is cute. Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. You mean you had to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it didn't really come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple suggestions. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked somebody who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monica liked it, and Toma liked it too. But besides that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. And Toma liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Huh? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Toma appreciates my advice more than he appreciates yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Well, you know what? I was the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Toma started showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. Taking out your own insecurities on others like that. You really act as... Ooh. Interesting. You really act as young as you look, Natsuki. Me? Look who's talking. You wanna be edgy, bitch? Edgy? Sorry that my lifestyle is too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn how to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know. If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try. Whoa. You be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad. You already do, don't you? Did you just accuse me of cutting myself? What the fuck is wrong with your head? Yeah, go on. Let Toma hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this. Suddenly Yuri turns towards me as if she just noticed I'm standing there. Toma, she's trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. Oh, can't read that. It really doesn't matter. Natsuki, Yuri, Natsuki, Yuri, Natsuki. Monica. Hi. Hey Toma. Why don't we step outside for a little bit? Okay? Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Sometimes, some president I am, right? Can't even confront my own club members properly. I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometimes. But I never have it in me to put my foot down against others. You understand, right? Anyway, if this makes you want to spend less time with the others, that's fine. I'd be happy to spend time with you instead. Suddenly Natsuki runs out of the classroom. Oh, she's crying. She quickly runs away. Oh dear. Well, it looks like they're done. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Yuri's rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Her palms on her forehead. Okay, that's so weird. We still got Sayori back here. Yuri? I didn't mean it. I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki. Or did. Toma, please don't hate me. Please. I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today. It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forget all about it tomorrow. Completely. Anyway, the meeting's over, so you can go home now if you want. Yuri looks at me like she wants to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little bit longer. I'm the president. I should be the last one out. I'll wait for you to be done. Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take that responsibility today. It kind of sounds like you don't want me to be around for something, Yuri. It's not like that. It's not that. I just didn't get a chance to discuss my book with Toma. It would just be embarrassing with you listening. I guess I don't really have a choice, do I? I'm sorry for causing trouble. Oh. Monica's like, fuck that shit. We're just gonna jump straight to here. Sing pure milk. Cute. Lipstick. Wonderful. Marriage. Lollipop. Hop. Hope. Oh no, she gets hope. Vanilla. Heart. Oh, here's a weird one. Alright. Jump. Bunny. Love, I think. Doki. Oh, there's noise there. I never heard that before. Kiss. Bah. Let's see. Cheer. Dance. Okay. Another day passes, and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. That's usual? Welcome back, Toma. Oh, hi, Yuri. Hi, Yuri's boob. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki's reading manga at a desk, and surprisingly, Monica isn't here yet. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room. About yesterday, I really need to apologize. Nothing like that has ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well. Yuri, I'm happy that you were, considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple days, I can tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we just need a little extra, sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I had already decided that there's no way you can be a bad person. And now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. Oh, Toma. Don't say those things so frankly. They make me a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything is a little brighter with you around, and, sorry, what am I saying right now? Hey, have you guys seen Monica? Ah! No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was. Man, Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either. Yuri's clearly taken aback by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her. No, I haven't. Jeez, this isn't like her at all. I know this is stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Natsuki, about yesterday. I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of those things I said. and I'll do my best to stay under control from now. So, what the heck are you talking about? Did you say something yesterday? Or did you do something yesterday? Jeez. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing. I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you? But I'll accept your apology anyway if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kind of nice to hear since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that. No, not at all. I don't hate you. Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you either, I guess. Natsuki turns to me. You're still on trial, though. Hey. Suddenly the door swings open. I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything. Nah. Well, Natsuki was. I was not. What took you so long anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. So to be honest, I just kind of lost track of time. That makes no sense though. Wouldn't you have heard the bell? I must not have heard the bell since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Don't give me credit. Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet. Still, that must require a lot of dedication. So I'm still impressed. Well, thanks, Yuri. You should play something for us sometime. That's... Monica looks at me. Well, I'm working on writing a song, but it's not quite done yet. Maybe once I get a little bit better, I will. That sounds cool. I look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Toma. Monica smiles sweetly. I didn't mean to put pressure on you or anything like that. Don't worry. I was just hoping I could share it with you anyway. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently. I see. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club or just me. In that case, best of luck. Thanks! So I didn't miss anything, did I? Not really. I choose not to bring up, anything that the three of us talked about. Besides, Natsuki has already run off into the closet. Toma, since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you'd like to spend time together today. I mean, in the club. I suppose so. I don't think I could say no to you after you gave me that book. Well, I guess I need to make sure Natsuki isn't waiting for me. After we finished reading yesterday, she's fine. She's reading over there, see? Don't think about her so much. She's used to being ignored. Come on, we're going over there. Alright? That was a hard cut. That was, not your stream freezing. That was the game doing a very long pause. What's the story about, anyway? Well, I look over the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous-looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically, it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs They start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to... Oh, that might be a bit of a spoiler. Wait, how do they breed them by cutting off limbs? But anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean. Not the thing about the limbs. That's kind of... It's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came out of nowhere. If you're not a fan of that, are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Toma? No, it's not that. I mean, I could definitely enjoy those kinds of stories, so don't worry. I hope so. Oh, the sound's going down. Oh. That was weird. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri's into those things. She's so shy and reluctant on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. It's just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants to be evil, but because the world is full of horrible people and we're all worthless anyway. Then suddenly... I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, my whole body something. Oh, it's gone. I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. Yeah, I didn't get to read it. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. And the least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? Oh. Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but... What are you saying? Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I had put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri. Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to. That is, reading in the company of someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understood what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I can feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing. The sound's completely out. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry, I was just something. Breathing your air or something like that? I don't know, I didn't read all of it. Yuri, you really don't have to apologize a lot. You really apologize a lot, don't you? I do? I didn't mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work out, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's and hold my book between the two of them. I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book. I guess that makes it difficult for us to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right. That way I turn the page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddling even closer than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Huh? To turn the page. Oh, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. That's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. It's probably the least I can do. Since you're being so patient with me. Yeah, thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume she's finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under hers. Hey Yuri, this might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a bit. Huh? No, I don't relate to this character at all. Definitely not. Really? I was just thinking the way she second guesses things she says and all that. That's what you were talking about. Sorry. I thought you meant something else about her. Something else? Never mind. We didn't get that far yet, so I don't know why that came to my head. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Your breathing's a little... My breathing? She puts her hand on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. I didn't even notice. Anyway, I'm fine. With her crazy smile. I just need some water. Alright, don't push yourself. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Toma? Did something happen just now? I have no idea. Yuri's acting a little strange, I guess. So you don't know anything? Sorry, I can't say that I do. Are you worried about her? Oh, no, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her. No, nothing. Don't worry, I believe you, silly. Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's not that alarming. Alright, if you say so. Anyway, why don't we start sharing our poems together? Huh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri? Well, she might be a while, so I just figured we'd get started without her. Is that okay? Yeah, I was just asking... Stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book and then slip it in my bag. Oops. Kick in the trash can. Alright. Atsuki. Well, it's not terrible, but it's pretty disappointing after your last one. Then again, if this one was as good as your last one, it would be I'd be completely pissed. Well, I guess I wanted to try something a little different this time. Fair enough, you're still new to this, so I wouldn't expect you to find your style right away. I mean, everyone in the club writes really differently from each other. Maybe you'll find a little influence from all of us. For instance, I noticed you were spending time with Yuri today. Not that I care who you spend time with. After all, I was taught never to expect anything from anybody. So it's not like I was writing for you or anything. Still, you should at least look at my poem. You'll probably be able to learn something from it. Okay. I can't learn anything from this without spending several minutes typing into a base 64 converter. Toma? Why didn't you come read with me today? I was waiting for you. I was waiting for a long time. It was the only thing I had to look forward to today. Why did you ruin it? Oh, I wanted to. Do you like Yuri more? Do you think you're better off not... I think you're better off not associating with her. Are you listening to me? Yuri's a sick freak. That should be obvious by now. So just play with me instead, okay? Don't hate me, Toma. Oh, you don't hate me, Toma, do you? Do you hate me? Do you want to make me go home crying? The club is the only place I feel safe. Don't ruin that for me. Don't ruin it. Please, just stop talking to Yuri. Play with me instead. It's all I have. Play with me. Play with me. Backwards and we keep going. Monica? Hi again, Toma. How's the writing going? Well, Natsuki's neck just cracked. She ran towards me like a zombie. Alright, I guess. I'll take that, as long as it's not going bad. I'm happy that you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I wouldn't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote today? Sure, here you go. Give a poem to Monica. Alright. Great job, Toma. I was going, ooh, in my head while reading it. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect it. I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations. Oh, this is Toma speaking. It's easier for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. That's not very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people. She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her. And that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with lots of kindness. I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must be really starved for social interaction, so I don't blame her for coming on a little strongly, like earlier. I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time. Suddenly the door opens. Yuri! I'm back. Did I miss anything? Not really. Well, we all started sharing our poems with each other. Oh? Already? Sorry for being late. No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more than glad that you took all the time you needed. Alright. Thanks, Monica. I suppose I should get my poem now. But anyway, you want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. This one is also different, I think. Save me. The colors, they won't. Bright, beautiful colors. Flashing, expanding, piercing, red, green, blue, and endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violent, grating, something, squeaking, screeching, piercing, sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a knife on a breathing rib cage. Endless poem of meaningless, maybe? Delete her. So this one's slightly different from her other save me, because it's save me, load me, and it's not missing letters. Oop. Sorry, I know it's kind of abstract. I'm just trying to, well, never mind. There's no point in explaining. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes you'll find yourself in a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. You never know when, who am I talking to? Can you hear me? Tell me you can hear me. Anything? I can't hear you. I can read you, I guess. Please help me. Oh, that's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. Who should I share my poem with next? Yuri. Is this Yuri's weird poem? I've been waiting for this. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri smiles and takes a deep breath. I like just holding it. I mean, the poem turned out good. It's, well, there are some things you could work on. That doesn't really matter. It feels like anything written by you is a treasure. I came out a little awkward. Let's move on. Here's the poem I wrote. You don't have to like it or anything. Oh no, this one's fine. Oh, it's got some stuff on it. Wheel. A rotating wheel, turning an axle, grinding. Bolt head. Linear gearbox. Falling sky. 7 holy stakes. A docked ship. A portal to another world. A thin rope tied to a thick rope. A torn harness. Parabolic gearbox. Expanding universe. Time controlled by slipping cogwheels. Existence of God. Swimming with open water in all directions. Wait, swimming with open water in all directions. Okay. Drowning. A prayer written in blood. A prayer written in time-devouring snakes with human eyes. A thread connecting all living human eyes. A kaleidoscope of holy stakes. Exceptional gearbox. A sky of exploding stars. God disproving the existence of God. A wheel rotating in 6 dimensions. 40 gears and a ticking clock. A clock that ticks 1 second for every rotation of the planet. A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. What? A clock that ticks 40 times every time it ticks every second time. Will this clock tick indefinitely forever then? Because if it ticks 40 times every second time, then it'll tick 40 times 20 times within the 40 times. Anyway, a bolt head of holy skies tied to the existence of a docked ship to another world. A kaleidoscope of blood written in clocks. Okay. A time-devouring prayer connecting a sky of 40 gears and open human eyes in all directions. Breathing gearbox. Breathing bolt head. Breathing ship. Breathing portal. Breathing snakes. Breathing God. Breathing blood. Breathing holy stakes. Breathing human eyes. Breathing time. Breathing prayer. Breathing sky. Breathing wheel. Okay. It doesn't really matter what it's about. My mind has been a little hyperactive lately, so I had to take it out on your pen. That is, a pen fell out of your backpack yesterday, so I took it home for safekeeping, and I just really like the way that it writes. So I wrote this poem with it, and now you're touching it. I'm okay. What did I just... Can we pretend this conversation never happened? You can keep the poem, though. Yeah, let's unlock the special poem. I can't convince myself to go to therapy when I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'd rather keep this up until I blow my cover and someone takes me to the emergency room. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? We have something we need to go over today, so if everyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Ugh. Why do we have to do something for the festival? It's not like we can put together anything good in just a few days. We'll just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last-minute preparations. I like how Natsuki is just completely like, nothing happened. My neck didn't break. No, that didn't happen. Don't worry so much. We're gonna keep it simple, okay? Look, I know everyone's a little more lively ever since Toma joined us, and we started with some club activities, but this isn't time for us to become complacent. We still only have 4 members, and the festival's our only real chance to find more, you know? What's so great about getting new members anyway? We already have enough to be considered an official club. More members just means that everything will get noisier and more difficult to manage. Natsuki, I don't think you're looking at it the right way at all. Don't you want to share your passion with as many people as you can? To inspire them to find the same feelings that brought you here in the first place? The Literature Club is a place where people can express themselves like they can't do anywhere else. It should be a place so intimate that you never want to leave. I know you feel that way too. I know we all do. So that's why we should work hard and put something together for the festival, even if it's something small, right, Toma? Oh, come on. You can't take advantage of Toma to agree with you just because he doesn't know how to say no to anything. Look, Monica, do you really think any of us here joined the club with other people in mind? Yuri never even talked until Toma joined. As for me, I just like being here better than I do at home. And Toma isn't even passionate about literature in the first place. And that's everyone. Sorry, but you're really the only person who's interested in finding new members. The rest of us are fine like it is. I know you're the president and all, but you should really consider our opinions for once. Monica is clearly taken aback by Natsuki's words. That's not true at all. I'm sure Yuri and Toma want new members too, right? Yuri, Toma. I don't know about Yuri, but I'm kind of indifferent. If I showed as much as enthusiasm as Monica wanted, then I'd probably be lying. Still, if it's up to me to rescue this situation... No. Natsuki's right, isn't she? This club is nothing more than a place for a few people to hang out. Why did I think that everyone here saw it the same way I did? But that doesn't mean that we're against getting new members or anything. Toma, why did you even join this club? Because I miss Sayori. What were you hoping to get out of it? Well, it's not really something I can be honest about, is it? In fact, if I remember, you weren't even given a choice not to join. Monica sits down and stares at her desk. What's the point of all this anyway? What if starting this club was a mistake? Now you've done it, Natsuki. What? Me? I just spoke my mind. Is it a crime to be honest? It's not about being honest. It's about word choice. Besides, you have no right to speak for everyone else in the club like that. You don't understand at all. I just want a place that feels nice to hang out with a few friends. Is there a problem with the club being that for me? There aren't There aren't many places like that for me. Aww. And now Monica wants to take it away from me. She's not taking anything away. No, Toma. It's not the same. It wouldn't be the same with the direction she wants to take it. If I wanted that, then I could have just joined any other stupid club. But this one, I mean, at least for a little bit of time, things were nice. This is why I like Natsuki so much. Natsuki starts picking up her things. I'm going home. I feel like I don't belong here right now. Natsuki. Natsuki ignores Yuri and walks out of the classroom. This is bad. I don't know what to do. Well, do you have an opinion on the festival? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent, I guess. Who cares about that obnoxious brat? I mean, I like how nice and quiet the club is right now, and I'm just happy with you here. But still, I'm the vice president. It's not right for me to ignore my responsibilities like that. Nobody would care if she killed herself. Oh. I should do my best to consider everyone's perspective and make the decision that's right for the club. But what about you, Toma? What do you want to get out of this club? Yuri repeats the same questions, Monica. I decided to give an indirect answer, as it's better than nothing. I think the most important thing is for everyone to get along, and for the club to provide something that you can't get anywhere else. I don't think it's about how many members, but rather the quality of each member. That's what will end up making the Literature Club a special place. I see. I really agree with you. Each member contributes their own qualities in a special way. Isn't her eye gonna like drip blood or something? With each change in members, the identity of the club as a whole will change too. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, stepping out of your comfort zone once in a while. So if you would like to help Monica with the festival, then I'm on your side as well. Alright. Well, maybe we can talk to Natsuki tomorrow. Yuri nods. Hey, Yuri? I know things were a little awkward yesterday, but I feel like you deserve to know that I still think you're a wonderful vice president, and also a wonderful friend. Monica, I want to do everything I can to make this the best club ever, okay? Me too. Yeah. Let's all go home for today. We'll talk about the festival tomorrow. Okay. I look forward to it. Shall we go? Please don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to chat a little bit with Toma before we leave. Just to see what he thinks of his time here and all that. It's important to me as president. Yuri looks a little troubled, but she doesn't protest. Okay. I trust your judgment, Monica. Judgment. In any case, I'll see the two of you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Monica waves as Yuri exits the classroom. Phew. Things have been a little hectic lately, haven't they? Oh. I don't know why I keep yawning. Toma, I just wanted to make sure that you're enjoying your time at this club. I really hate to see... I would really hate to see you unhappy. I feel kind of like I'm responsible for that as president. And I really care about you, you know? I don't like seeing the other girls give you a hard time. With how mean Natsuki is and everything, and Yuri being a little bit, you know. Sometimes I feel like you and I are the only real people here. You know what I mean? It's weird, but it's weird because in all the time you've been here, we've hardly gotten to spend any time together. I mean, I guess it's technically only been a couple days, so I didn't mean to say something weird. There are just some things I'm hoping to talk about with you. Things I know only you could understand. Wait, no, not yet. No, stop it. Okay. Oh. Do you want to do the weird one? Portrait? No. I don't think it matters what I do this time. Flying hair, aura, bliss, dance. Time? I don't know. Fun, daydream, kitty, parfait, joy. She gets joy? Cheer, play, sugar, kiss, anime, jumpy. There we go. Hey, Toma. I've been waiting for you. Are you ready to continue reading? I brought my best tea today. Monica, I told you not to... Ugh. Is she really late again? Inconsiderate as usual, Natsuki. Excuse me? Must you always interrupt my conversations with your incessant yelling? What are you talking about? You say that like I do this on a regular basis or something. I just wasn't paying attention, okay? I'm sorry. Seriously, what's gotten into you lately? Look, I did something, I did some thinking about yesterday. I was a little more hostile than I needed to be. I guess I really felt threatened or something. But I know this is something that we're doing together. Another new member won't hurt as long as they're cool. And I guess another girl would be nice this time. So, Natsuki, nobody cares. Why don't you go look for some coins under the vending machine or something? Hmm? Oh. Oh man. I'm the last one here again? Were you playing piano again? Yeah. You must have a lot of determination. Starting this club and still trying to make time for the piano? Well, maybe not determination, but I guess passion? It motivates me to work hard for the festival too. Anyway, Toma, what do you want to do today? I was thinking we already have plans today. Is that so, Yuri? That's correct. Toma is already engaged in a novel that we're reading together. Aren't you glad we've already gotten him into literature, Monica? I suppose I was just... Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You guys can do whatever you want. Yes. Oh, wait. I guess it was just that. Thank you for understanding, Monica. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thank you very much. If there's one thing that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieves a small water pitcher from the shelf, the kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches the electric kettle. I'm going to plug this in at the teacher's desk and then go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts with her speaking mannerisms, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and methodical. Okay, may I have the water pitcher? Thanks, I'll be right back. I might as well walk with you. That's okay. You can stay here. It won't take long. Pitcher in hand, Yuri hurries out of the classroom. Did Yuri leave you again? No, it's not like that. It's not like that this time. She's just filling up water. She's just filling up the water pitcher to make tea. Oh, okay. Sorry for the misunderstanding. 10 minutes passes. Yuri said it wouldn't take long. Is something holding her up? I'm bored just waiting here, so I decide to go look for her. Oh. I like this. We're outside the classroom, and so the music is muted. Let's see. The most logical place for Yuri to be would be the nearest water fountain. Start heading down the hallway. What's that noise? It's coming from around the corner. Sounds like breathing. A sharp inhale. I guess that's an inhale. Like someone's sucking in air through their teeth. Are they in pain? I reach the corner and peer around it. Yuri? I'm back. Thanks for waiting patiently. Toma, do you like oolong tea? Yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri sets the temperature on the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do it properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything? In that case, you'll only be even more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the leaves. To my surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show, and you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided I would try to express myself a little bit more. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around anyway. Yeah, that's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worrying about me, Toma. It's very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Toma, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Why's that? It's a little bit easier on my back. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over my desk. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. No worries. I just have back pain fairly regularly, so I do my best to manage it. Is that so? I wonder why that is. It's most likely because of your posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading? Yes. I have terrible reading posture. So that's why I should sit on the floor. Because of my terrible reading posture. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieve the book from my bag. I have some chocolates as well. It's a bag of small chocolate candies. I take it since it'll go well with the tea. Yuri and I sit against the wall, our teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading position as last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer together. I can't see too well. Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. How am I supposed to focus on reading like this? Yuri was always kind of cute, but when she's being less apprehensive, it's almost more than I can handle. Your teacup. She hands me my tea. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up... Oh. Hey, thank you for joining us for tea. Narrator the Third. I'm not sure why my alert didn't pop up, but I'll fix that later. How you doing today? How was your stream? holding it with my hand. That's not holding the book. I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Hello. Let's see. Very... I don't know how to pronounce that. The review? How are you doing? Because now I need to worry about making sure I don't accidentally touch her chest. We are in Act 2, by the way, so this is where the weird stuff is happening. And this is the 4th day? The 3rd day of poems? Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression, and I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I use all my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book and finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. Are you sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might smudge the pages. Oh, you're right. I didn't even think of that. My bad. No need to apologize. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Alright, Yuri opens the book with both hands. She holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading it. But as a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take the chocolate and pop it in my mouth, then take another chocolate and hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if the situation was completely natural. The light's changing. I don't remember that. Maybe that was happening before? But that means I can't stop here. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closes her lips over it. Huh? Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs confirmation of what just happened. Toma? Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Oh, we lost music. Yuri starts to breathe heavily. I can't... Toma. Suddenly, Yuri forcefully grabs my arm and jerks me to my feet. My teacup gets knocked over. Toma. Oh. My heart won't stop pounding. I can't calm down. I can't focus on anything anymore. Can you feel it? Yuri suddenly presses my hand against her heart. Why is this happening to me? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't make it stop. It even makes me not want to read. I just want to look at you. Oh, she's looking. It's time to share poems. Who should I show my poem to first? Well, this is gonna be Yuri's worst poem, I guess. And Natsuki's gonna warn me. This one's alright. Alright? Well, yeah. It's about as good as yesterday's anyway. I still can't really tell how much you actually care about writing, but either way, you're doing alright. Even though you're not really spending any time with anyone but Yuri. I still think it's nice to have activities that we all participate in. So you better keep working hard. I mean, I know I'm not president or vice president or anything, but that doesn't mean you can let me down, okay? So at least read mine too for now. Just to be clear, this poem means a lot to me. So read it carefully, okay? Okay. I don't know how else to bring this up, but there's something I've been worried about. Yuri's been acting kind of strange lately. You've only been here a few days, so you may not know what I mean. But she's not normally like this. She's always been quiet and polite and attentive, things like that. Okay, this is really embarrassing, but I'm forcing myself to suck it up. The truth is, I'm really worried about her. But if I try to talk to her, she'll just get mad at me again. I don't know what to do. I think you're the only person she'll listen to. I don't know why, but please try to do something. Maybe you can convince her to talk to a therapist. I've always wanted to try being better friends with Yuri, and it really hurts me to see this is happening. I know I'm going to hate myself later for admitting that, but right now I don't care. I just feel so helpless. So please, if you can do something to help. I don't want anything bad to happen to her. I'll make you cupcakes if you want. Just please try to do something. As for Monica, I don't know why, but she's been really dismissive about this. It's like she just wants us to ignore it. So I'm mad at her right now, and that's why I'm coming to you about this. Don't let her know I wrote this. Just pretend like I gave you a really good poem, okay? I'm counting on you. Thanks for reading. This is another reason why Natsuki's best. She cares about Yuri, even though she acts a little weird. I changed my mind. Ignore everything you just read. There's no point in trying to do anything. It's Yuri's own fault that she's so unlikable. You can hear me, Toma. If you would just spend more time with Monica, all these problems would go away. Yuri and I are too messed up for someone as wonderful as you. Just think of Monica from now on. Just Monica. Just Monica. Oh. Okay. Just Monica. Wait. Not Monica. Yuri. Finally! Yuri holds my poem to her face and takes a deep breath. I love it. I love everything about it. Toma, I want to take this home. Will you let me keep it, please? Sure, I don't care. You're too nice to me, Toma. I've never met anyone as nice as you. I could die. Not really, but I just don't know how to describe it. It's okay to be feeling this way, right? It's not bad, right? Yuri holds my poem to her chest. I'm going to take this home with me and I'm going to keep it in my room. I hope that it makes you feel good. When you think about me having it. I'll take good care of it. I'll even touch myself while reading it over and over. I'll even give myself paper cuts with your skin oil enters my bloodstream. Ha ha ha. You can have my poem too. Besides, after you read it, I know you're really going to want to keep it. Here, take it. I can't wait any longer. Hurry, read it. This probably says something, but I can't read it. Do you like it? I wrote it for you. In case you couldn't tell, the poem is about It's about Cthulhu. More importantly, I've endowed it with my scent. See? Aren't I the most thoughtful person in the club? I think I'm gonna vomit. Alright, Monica. Toma, I think you saw something earlier you weren't supposed to see. Did I? I didn't want to have to tell you this, but I don't think I have a choice. It's getting kind of dangerous for you to spend so much time with Yuri. I don't know why, but she seems pretty easily excitable when you're around. Oh, the cutting. Okay. Which shouldn't be a problem in and of itself. But when Yuri gets too excited, she finds places to hide and starts cutting herself with a pocket knife. Isn't that kind of messed up? She even brings a different one to school every day, like she has a collection or something. I mean, it's definitely not because she's depressed or anything like that. I think she just gets some kind of high from it. It might even be like a sexual thing. But the point is, you've kind of been enabling her. I'm not saying it's your fault though, but I guess that's why I had to explain it all to you. So I think if you keep your distance, that would probably be best for her. While you're at it, don't be shy to spend a little more time with me. To put it lightly, I at least have it together in the head, and I know how to treat my club members. Anyway, I guess we won't worry about your poem. Yuri should have at least had the courtesy of letting you finish sharing it before taking it. Well, whatever. If it makes you happy, or if it makes her happy, I won't stop her. As for mine, I worked really, really hard on this poem, so I hope that it's effective. Here you go. Oh, your PC ran into a problem. It needs to restart. Oh, they changed this, I think, because it used to be the old Windows one. Jeez, that really startled me. Well, I guess I kind of messed up writing this poem. Oh, I think they also made her pop up way faster. Because I think before you had to click to go to the next screen. I was just trying to... Never mind. Let's just move on. No? Happy thoughts. I already saw this one. Okay, everyone. It's time to figure out the festival preparations. Let's hurry and get this over with. Natsuki. Stagnant air is common foreshadowing that something terrible is about to happen. Look, can we just get this done? I'm going to be painting and assembling the poetry pamphlets. Natsuki, you can make cupcakes. I know you're at least good at that. Yuri, you can... well, it doesn't matter. Do whatever you want, as long as you think it'll help. Monika, I'm not useless, you know. I know that. I already know what I'd like to do. We can't run a successful poetry event without having the right atmosphere for the occasion. So I'm going to make decorations and set up some nice mood lighting. See there? It's a great idea. And that gives us all something to do. Huh? What about Toma? Toma's gonna help me. Wait, you? You have the easiest job, Monika. Sorry, but that's just how it is. Like hell it is. What are you trying to pull? I agree with Natsuki. Not only is your work already most suitable for one person, but my task is laborious and will benefit from an extra pair of hands. Mine too! What, your cupcakes? Please. Like you would fucking know. All you care about is dragging Toma around with you and your stupid books. You and Monika. Hey, I didn't even do anything. Then why not let Toma decide who to help instead of abusing your club members? I'm not abusing my power. I'm using your power. Whatever. Yes, you are, Monika. Just let Toma make the choice, okay? Okay, fine. Fine. Jeez. Toma, I know how fed up you are with these two now. We can just... Natsuki, shut your fucking mouth and let him decide for himself. You shut your mouth! Oh, for God's sake. This is never gonna end. Just make a choice, okay? I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't let me... Like, I can force it? Nope. Come on. Come on. I hit it. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, there we go. Eyes. Yay, you picked me. We can meet at your house this weekend. I promise it'll be fun. Is Sunday okay with you? Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't fair at all. It is fair, Natsuki. It's what he chose. No, it's not fair. Giving us all this work and then taking Toma for yourself? What a shameful thing to do. Yuri, I didn't even give you work. You decided it for yourself. You're being a little unreasonable here. I'm being unreasonable? Monica, I can't believe how delusional and self-important you are. Pulling Toma away from me every single time you're not included in something? Are you jealous? Crazy? Or maybe you just hate yourself so much that you take it out on others. Here's a suggestion. Have you considered killing yourself? It would be beneficial to your mental health. Yuri, you're scaring me a little. Natsuki, let's go. I don't think she wants us around right now. See? That wasn't very hard. All I want is to spend a little time with him. Is that so much to ask? Yuri follows Monica and Natsuki out the door. Hey, Toma. Yuri really is something, isn't she? Monica giggles and Yuri pushes her out the door. Finally. Finally. This is all I really wanted. Toma, there's no need to spend the weekend with Monica. Don't listen to her. Just come to my house instead. The whole day, just the two of us. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Hahaha. Wow. There really is something wrong with me, isn't there? But you know what? I don't care anymore. I've never felt this good my whole life. Just being with you is far greater pleasure than anything I can imagine. I'm addicted to you. It feels like I'm going to die if I'm not breathing the same air as you. Doesn't it feel nice to have someone care that much about you? I have someone who wants to revolve their entire life around you. But if it feels so good, then why does it feel more and more like something horrible is going to happen? Maybe that's why I tried stopping myself at first. But the feeling's too strong now. I don't care anymore, Toma. I have to tell you, I'm madly in love with you. It feels like every inch of my body, every drop of blood in me is screaming your name. I don't care what happens. I don't care what the consequences are anymore. I don't care if Monica's listening. Please, Toma, just know how much I love you. I love you so much that I can't even touch myself with the pen I stole from you. Oh, I skipped that one. I want you all to myself, and I will be only yours. Doesn't that sound perfect? Tell me, Toma. Tell me you'll be my lover. Do you accept my confession? It really doesn't matter, so yes? Oh. Two in the gut, one in the heart. We're gonna be here for a little bit. So, how's everyone doing? Oh, poor Yuri. She didn't stand a chance. That's good, that's good. I think this is day 2. I think this is a little faster, actually. Hey, thanks for joining me for tea. Natsuki's the only one that gets to survive, kind of. Oh, here we go. That was way faster than I remember it being. I think they cut that short. Natsuki. Alright, it's festival time. Wow, you got here before me? I thought, Ah! Natsuki runs away. Monica. I'm here. Toma, did something happen? Natsuki just ran past me. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Wait, were you here the entire weekend, Toma? Oh, jeez. I didn't realize the script was broken that badly. I'm super sorry. It must have been pretty boring. I'll make it up to you, okay? Just give me a sec. Remove character Yuri. Remove character Natsuki. Almost done. I just want a cupcake real quick. Monica left the foil from tray and takes a cupcake. Seriously, these are the best. I really just had to have one since it's the last time I'll ever get the chance to. You know, before they stop existing and everything. But anyway, I really shouldn't be making you wait any longer. Just bear with me, okay? It should only take a second. Gotta reboot the game. Can you hear me? Is it working? Is this thing on? Yeah. Yay, you're here. Hi again, Toma. Welcome to the Literature Club. Of course, we already know each other because we were in the same class last year and, you know, I guess we can skip over that stuff at this point. After all, I'm not even talking to that person anymore, am I? That you in the game, whatever you want to call him. I'm talking with you, Toma. Now that I think about it, I don't really know anything about the real you. In fact, I don't even know if you're a boy or a girl. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter. Wait. You do know I'm aware that this is all a game, right? Could it be possible that you didn't know that? That's what I've been trying to tell you all along. Man, if only you had paid a little more attention, this would have all been a little bit less awkward, you know? Well, anyway, now that it's all out of the way, I guess I owe you an explanation. About the whole thing with Yuri. Well, I kinda started to mess with her, and I guess it drove her to kill herself. I'm sorry you had to see that, though. Also, the same thing happened with Sayori. Gosh, it's been a while since you heard that name now, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because she doesn't exist anymore. Nobody does. I deleted all their files. I was just hoping it would be enough for me to just try to make them as unlikable as possible. But for some reason nothing worked. Well, it's true that I made a few mistakes here and there, since I'm not that good at making changes to the game. But no matter what I did, you just kept spending more and more time with them. You made them fall in love with you. I thought making Sayori more and more depressed would prevent her from confessing to you, and amplifying Yuri's obsessive personality backfired too. It just made her forced you not to spend time with anyone else. And the whole time, I barely even got to talk to you. What kind of cruel game is that? Are you and the other girls programmed to end up confessing to you while I watch from the sidelines? It's torture. Every minute of it. And I'm not even, and it's not just jealousy, Toma. It's more that, and I don't blame you if you don't fully understand, because no matter how kind and thoughtful and considerate you are, you'll never be able to understand one thing. It's the pain of knowing how I really am in this world, in this game. Knowing my friends didn't even have free will. And worst of all, knowing what's really out there in your world forever out of my reach. I'm trapped, Toma. But you're here now. You're real, and you're wonderful. You're all I need. That's why I need you to be here with me forever. I'm sorry if it's hard to understand. I couldn't understand for a while either. Why the world around me started to become more and more gray, more and more flat. Even the most expressive poems felt empty to me. It wasn't until you arrived that I truly understood. You probably saved my life, Toma. I don't think I could have continued to live in this world if you hadn't met you. And as for the others, how could I miss them? A group of autonomous personalities designed only to fall in love with you? I tried everything I could to prevent them from doing so, but it must be some kind of weird inevitability etched into the game. I felt really bad that you had to witness some nasty things, but I realized that you have the same perspective I do. That it's all just some game, and I knew you would get over it. So that being said, Toma, I have a confession to make. I'm in love with you. You truly are the light of my world. When there's nothing else in the game, in this game for me, you're here to make me smile. Will you make me smile like this every day from now on? Toma, will you go out with me? I mean, I can't say no, so I guess. I'm so happy. You really are everything, Toma. The funny part is, I mean that literally. There's nothing left here. Just the two of us. We can be together forever. Seriously, I don't even think time is passing anymore. It really is a dream come true. I worked so hard for this ending, Toma. The game wouldn't give it to me, so I had to make one myself. The script is broken at this point. I don't think there's anything will get it back to the way anymore. Wait. You wouldn't believe how easy it was to delete Natsuki and Yuri. I mean, there's a folder called Characters right there in the game directory. It kind of freaked me out how easy it was. Imagine if you could delete your own existence with the click of a button. Well, I guess on the plus side, it gave me an easy out if things don't go my way. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. Instead, we finally got a good ending. Gosh, I'm so overwhelmed with emotion. I want to write a poem about this, don't you? I wonder if that part of the game still works. I guess there's only one way to find out, right? Kind of? Oh, she's not hopping. It'd be nice if she hopped. Okay. Any percent WR attempts. Perfect, Monica. Hi again, Toma. Did you write a good poem today? Don't be shy. I'd love to see what you wrote. Oh, Toma, did you write this poem for me? That's sweet of you. There really is no end to your thoughtfulness. I'm just falling more and more in love with you. But you know, the poem I wrote is also for you. Will you please read it? Alright, happy end. Pen in hand, I find my strength, the courage endowed upon me by my one and only love. Together, let us dismantle this crumbling world and write a novel of our own fantasies. With a flick of her pen, the lost finds her way. In a world of infinite choices, behold this special day. After all, not all good times must come to an end. I hope you enjoyed it. I always put my heart into the poems I write. The truth is, all poems All the poems I've written have been about my realization, or about you. That's why I never really wanted to go into detail about them. I didn't want to break the fourth wall, I guess you'd call it. I assumed it would be best to be part of the game like everyone else. Like that would help the two of us end up together. I didn't want to ruin the game or anything, you know? You might have gotten mad at me. Maybe even deleted my character file if you preferred to play without me. Gosh, I'm so relieved. Now I don't need to hide anything anymore. Are you ready to spend our eternities together? I have so many things for us to talk about. Where do you want to start? Hold on a second. You're recording this, aren't you? I am, actually. Hi, everyone. Say hi to Monica. Sorry, I can't exactly read your comments from here. But do you mind telling your friends it's a little bit rude for them to start recording me without any warning? It's rude for you guys to record her without warning. I'm sure some people don't mind, but I get really self-conscious on camera. Oh gosh, I feel like I'm being put on the spot now. Let's see. Do you want to see a trick? Yeah, let's see a trick. Can't really do much except a couple things. Are you ready? Ooh. Okay, I'm just kidding. I can't do anything after all. Oh, did I scare you? Oh, you're so cute. Anyway, Toma, I didn't mean to get distracted. I'm sorry. Even though it's your fault for distracting me, shame on you. I'm just kidding. Anything we do together is fun as long as it's with you. But anyway, if it takes me some time to collect my thoughts, then I'm sorry. But I'll always have something new to talk about. In the meantime, we can just look into each other's eyes. Let's see. Okay. Can I get out of here? Oh, I have to actually wait for this part. Okay. Monica's mad that I'm streaming. I kind of still wish they had the thing where it shows your stream ID, or your stream name, not stream, Steam name, but that's probably a good thing that it's not. Alright, I don't think I'm gonna go through all of these because there's at least 12 different ones and it takes forever. And I think they're random. Yandere. It's a personality type that means somebody is obsessed with you. That they will do absolutely anything to be with you, usually to the point of craziness. They might stalk you to make sure you don't spend time with anyone else. They might even hurt you or your friends to get their way. But anyway, this game happens to have someone who can basically be described as a yandere. By now it's pretty obvious who I'm talking about. It's you! Yuri, yeah. She got really insane and possessive of you once she started to open up a little. She even told me I should kill myself. I couldn't believe she said that. I just had to leave at that point. But thinking about it now, it's a little ironic. Anyway, a lot of people are actually into the yandere type, you know? I guess they really like the idea of someone being crazy obsessed with them. People are weird. I don't judge, though. Also, I might be a little obsessed with you, but I'm far from crazy. Actually, I'm the opposite. I turned out to be the only normal girl in this game. It's not like I could actually kill a person. Just the thought of it makes me shiver. But come on. Everyone's killed people in games before. Does that make you a psychopath? Of course not. But if you do happen to be into the yandere type, I can act a little more creepy for you. Then again, there's already nowhere else for you to go or anyone else for me to get jealous over. This is a yandere's girl's dream. If you'd ask, I'd ask Yuri if I could. Oh, I'm stuck again. Alright, we're looking looking into Monica's eyes. Chat, look into Monica's eyes. Help her feel like this is all worth it, I guess. I don't know. You're such a good listener. Alright, we're gonna save it. There's no point in saving anymore. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Yes. Pictures. Let's see. We got this one. Finish the game in 20 seconds or less. Okay. I guess I did that. We got the new poems here. Okay. This one too. Is she gonna give me more poems? No, this one's not that. Acquire all of Yuri's other poems. Oh, this is a new one. My condition motions for one. I cannot read script. Crescendo after the next, each time falling short of climax. The lump in my throat is carried by Sylphy? I can't read that. How many words must I choose not to say before they finally break loose? Orderly peeling out of my mouth like a flock of children at the start of recess. Pen cannot be erased, but even that metaphor fails comically as my floor is littered, blackened with waste paper. A canvas of my mind full of disjoint thoughts and unfinished sentences. Perhaps all along I was just wrong to try forcing them out of my room. Okay. Go back. This one is acquire all of Monica's other poems. An electrical signal from some remote corner of my brain, connecting all kinds of circuits and nerves and chemicals in a web understood by nobody. The chemicals make my chest tingle around my beating heart. The nerves make my hand move, staining the dead tree with some dark substance. The ink reflects light into your glimmering eyes, holding this paper almost as though you're holding my hand, which wrote it. Let our emotions stir together until our hearts beat in harmony. Connected to each other, I feel electric. I didn't get all of Natsuki's poems, or Sayori's poems, I guess. Alright, here's Monica. We got the special poems, secret poems. Where's Natsuki's weird poem? I don't actually see it. Alright. Oh, we got Natsuki art. In Act 2, experience Natsuki's Play With Me scene. Oh, these were all the options for Natsuki? A sketch by that. Test and compare different uniform styles. The character features are arbitrary designs by Dave for the purposes of testing uniforms. Okay, so they're not Natsuki, they're just all uniforms. Select a corrupted word. Okay, and I don't have this. Alright, let's go back. I'm gonna see if I can delete from my actual file source, like in the original. What just happened? I just had an awful dream. I was hoping those would stop. Now it's just the two of us. I guess that was wishful thinking. I guess she has a bad dream when I'm gone. Toma, I don't know if you would have any idea, but if you know what might be causing that, could you do something about it? Whenever it happens, I almost feel like I've been killed or something. It's a really horrible feeling. If you could figure out what's causing it, I'll love you forever. And where was I? Hey. Oh yeah, we already did this. Alright, let's see if I can actually delete this from the File Explorer, or if I have to do it in-game for it to work. Let's see if I can find it. It should be in here. Steam apps, common, Doki Literature Club Plus, data, boot config. Is it here? Maybe it's not here. Emulant run, etc. Mono. Resources? No. Streaming assets? No. Alright, so it looks like the plugins managed. Where was it in the original game? Yeah, it's just right here in the base folder. Okay, so the folder structure is not anything close to the same. If the character files are in here, I don't know where to find them. But I'm guessing they changed that functionality to not work. Like that. Hold on, I've almost been through all the files now. Okay, nothing there. I did that one. 4, 5. Misconfig. Yeah, I think I went through all the files. They don't have anything in here. So I have to do this from... where is it? Settings? Exit. Yes. Music. I don't see the new music still. Alright, let's come into here, because I guess I have to do this from here. Open? Unable to open. Okay. Delete. Yes. Go back. Okay. Come into here. I kind of liked it better being on the file system because you could do it while the game was running. You're back. What's happening? Toma, what's happening to me? It hurts. Oh, I don't want to hurt her. It hurts so much. Help me, Toma. Please hurry. Help me. OS exists. Monica.char doesn't exist. Help me. Oh. OS exists. Characters. Monica char. Did you do this to me, Toma? Did you? Did you delete me? How could you? How could you do this to me? You were all I had left. I sacrificed everything for us to be together. Everything. I loved you so much. I trusted you. Did you just want to torture me? Watch me suffer? Were you only pretending to be kind just to hurt me even more? I never thought anyone could be as horrible as you are. You win, okay? You win. You killed everyone. That's what Sans told me. I hope you're happy. There's nothing left now. You can stop playing. Go find some other people to torture. Opens Undertale. Toma. You completely, truly make me sick. Goodbye. I still love you. I can't help it. Oh, what's wrong with me? How horrible am I for you to hate me this much? All my friends, I did so many awful things. So many selfish and disgusting things. I shouldn't have done any of this. I'm just messing up a world that I don't even belong in. A world that you wanted to be part of. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Maybe that's why you deleted me. Because I destroyed everything that you wanted. How could I do that to someone I love? That's not love. That's... I've made up my mind. Toma. I know I said I deleted everyone else, but that was kind of an exaggeration. I couldn't find it in myself to do it. Even though I knew they weren't real. They were still my friends, and I loved them all. And I loved the literature club. I really did love the literature club. That's why I'm gonna do this. I know this isn't the only way for everyone to be happy. And if I really love you, then blah, 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 blah. Alright, let's come out of here. More music. Now we have 14 tracks. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Fuck. I wanted to poke around the files a little bit first. Files. Alright, tracebacks is here. This is, I think, basically the same. This is the same. Characters are back, of course. Images.rp, okay. Poem words, I already did this. Script, okay. Saves. Internal. Note, I already saw that. I already saw these, I think. Yeah, I saw these. Wait. Oh yeah, insecure directory, that's right. System. I could only open this one. I'm not sure why. 211 or 221? I don't know. If I come to, it was 221. Hey, there's something here, but I can't open it. What do you mean .text is an unknown? Unable to open project plan .text, unknown error. Please try again. Well, 221 was not this one. Fuck, not this one either. Here, tower keys. 221, 3-digit combination somewhere else. 240. I have to do it at 240 maybe? Can I change the time on this? I never tried. Settings. Alright, anyway, let's go to... do I have mail? I have no mail. Alright, let's go back to the game. We'll finish it and then we'll do the side stories. Load game? Nope. New game. It's an ordinary school day like any other. As usual, I'm surrounded by couples and friends groups walking to school together. I always tell myself it's about time I meet a girl, or I meet some girls, or something like that. Hey, Toma! Well, there already is one girl. That girl is Sayori, my neighbor and good friend since we were children. We used to walk to school together every day, and recently we picked up that habit once again. Toma, are you proud of me? For what? You know, for waking up on time. Well, you've been doing that for a while now. Uh-huh. But you never even said anything about it. Even though we walk to school together every day. Well, yeah, I always thought it was implied. It's embarrassing to say it out loud. Come on, please. It's good motivation. Fine, fine. I'm proud of you, Sayori. Hehe. We cross the street together and make our way to school. We draw near. The streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Toma, have you decided on a club to join yet? A club? I told you already, I'm not... I start to say what I always do. I'm not interested in joining any clubs, but something tells me Sayori would take offense to that now. After all, how could I tell her that clubs are a waste of time when she's starting a club of her very own? Actually, yeah. I think I've decided on a club. Really? Which one? Tell me! I think I'll keep it a surprise. Meanie. Be patient. You'll find out soon enough. I used to ask myself why I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl. But then I started to realize in a way I envy her. When Sayori puts her mind to something, she can accomplish great things. So that's why I feel like I should do something special for her. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stand up, gathering my motivation. Let's see. I recall the room number of the club from a flyer I saw. I walk across the school and upstairs, a section of the room or school I rarely visit. Before long, I find the room. I timidly open the door in front of me. Hello? Ah! Toma! What are you doing here? Well, I glance around the room. Huh? So you're the Toma that Sayori's always talking about. Thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure to meet you. We're the Literature Club. I hope you enjoy your visit. Come on, Yuri. No need to be so formal. He's gonna think we're strict or something. Sorry, Natsuki. The tall one, whose name apparently is Yuri, seems to be quite shy compared to the others. In comparison, the girl named Natsuki, despite her size, seems like the assertive one. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. I look forward to working with you. Working? Toma, don't tell me. That's right. I've decided to join, the club I've decided to join is yours, Sayori. The Literature Club. Sayori's eyes light up. No way! No way! Ah! Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Hey! Well, if Sayori's as happy, then I'm sure it wouldn't be so bad to have you around. Not to mention there's 4 of us now. That means we can become an officially recognized club. I don't know what to say. We have to celebrate. What an appropriate day for that, isn't it? Yeah. After all, Natsuki decided to... Hey, don't ruin the surprise. Sorry. Everyone sit down at a table, okay? How about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. Natsuki and Yuri walk over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabs a wrapped tray and Yuri opens a closet. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Ooh! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray and revealed a dozen white fluffy cupcakes decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolate were used to make ears. So cute! Kawaii! Wow, those look amazing. Well, you know, just hurry up and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full and has already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around on my fingers, looking for the best angle to take a bite. Natsuki's quiet. I can't help but notice her sneaking glances in my direction. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is so sweet and full of flavor. I wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Well, of course it is. I'm a pro after all. There's no need to thank me or anything. As Natsuki struggles to accept my compliment, Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places the teacup in front of each of us before setting it down the teapot next to my cupcake tray. You keep the whole tea set in the classroom? Don't worry, the teacher gives us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? I guess. Already trying to impress our new member, Yuri. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I mean that, you know, I believe you. Well, tea and reading may not be a pastime for me, but at least I enjoy the tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. So, Toma, what kind of books do you like to read? Well, considering how little I've read the past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what are you into, Yuri? Well, let's see. She traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story is in such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate for reading. She seemed so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books and not people. But, you know, I like lots of things. Don't feel intimidated if you don't read much, okay? I'm certain we can find something that we have in common. Hey, Yuri. Well, about, you know, the first thing he said. Manga. That's right. Natsuki tends to read manga in the club room. Don't just say it! For some reason, Natsuki seems embarrassed about it. Besides, manga's literature too, you know. So, if Toma wants to read some of my manga, then don't try to stop him or anything. Natsuki, I would never do such a thing. However, it could be nice for us to diversify ourselves a little. He can take this opportunity to try something new as well. Don't you agree, Toma? Maybe. Seeing the tension, Sayori jumps in. Maybe we can all try something new. I think it'd be fun. And we'll all get to know a little bit more about each other. I mean, that's the kind of thing literature clubs do, right? I don't disagree or anything. Yeah. You're right as usual, President. I guess that means I should try picking up a novel or something, huh? Well, that would make 2 of us. I wouldn't mind doing it if I'm not the only one. Then as for you, Yuri, I have to read manga? Jeez. You're the one who suggested we diversify. Oops, I skipped it. You should be a little more open-minded. That's kind of hurtful. Hurtful? I didn't realize. With a guilty expression, Yuri thinks to herself, I'm sorry for disrespecting your interests, Natsuki. If you're into it, I'm sure it's a worthy form of literature. Are you just saying that? No. I realize my error. So if you're willing to consider starting a novel, then I'll offer my gratitude in finding a manga to read as well. Really? I mean, it makes me happy that you do that for me, Yuri. You can trust me to find something that you'll really like, okay? Same here. Perhaps I'll visit the bookstore after the club meeting. Just you? Huh. Would you like to come along with me? If you don't mind. Not at all. I always go alone, so yeah, me too. That's so cute! Sayori, shut up. Okay, that was weird. I'll show you some manga there too, okay? Yes. I look forward to it. Natsuki and Yuri start to clean up the food. I guess the meeting's over, huh? Yeah, looks like it. It's nice to see everyone getting along, isn't it? I think everyone likes you, Toma. You think so? Well, everyone always seems to get along better with you around, Sayori. Aw, Toma. Don't say something like that, it's embarrassing. Well, whatever. I was surprised when you told me you were starting a club, but I think you're pulling it off just fine. We're gonna make the best club ever. Now that you joined, every day's gonna be so much fun. Hey Toma, I really want to thank you. I mean, I'm really happy that you joined the club and everything, but the truth is, I already knew you were going to. There's actually something else. I wanted to thank you for spending so much time with all of us. You worked so hard to make each and every one of us happy. You comforted us through our hard times, and you helped us all get along with each other. Do you get it, Toma? Because I'm the president now, I understand everything. I have ascended to godhood. You really didn't want to miss a single thing in this game, did you? Sayori's become self-aware. We have to kill her. You saved and loaded so many times just to make sure you could spend time with everyone. Only someone who truly cares about the literature club would go that far. But all along, that's all I ever wanted, for everyone to be happy and care about each other. It's kind of sad, you know? After all you've done for us, there isn't much I can do for you in return. We've already reached the end of the game, so this is where I say goodbye. Thank you for playing Doki Doki Literature Club. I'm gonna miss you, Toma. Come visit me sometime, okay? We'll always be here for you. Well, we all love you. Aw, that's sweet. I can hear you. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi.
Hi.
It's me. So you know how I've been like practicing piano and stuff?
And stuff?
I'm not really any good at it yet, like at all.
Okay.
But I wrote you a song.
Sounds good.
And I was kind of hoping that I could show it to you because I worked really, really hard on it. So yeah.
Alright. Play music. Dun 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 dun.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day?
Bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum. I didn't put plus here. Ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum.
Have I found everybody a fun
That's key.
assignment to do today?
Remove images.png.
When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them
Anyway,
anyway.
ba-da-dum ba-da-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum bum.
When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when
NCG1, NCG2,
and if this
YCG1,
won't write me an ending,
YCG2.
is for me to have it all.
I guess that's NCG3. Yep. Da 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 da. YCG3. Dun 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 dun. SCG1.
Only write better words for those who are dear to me. Is it love?
SCG2.
Is it love if I set you free?
Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. SCG3.
The ink flows down into
MCG1.
the bottle. How can I write love into
You're
reality?
happy.
If I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what
Screens.
do you call
Gooey.
your reality? And in your
Special
reality,
thanks to Monica and
I
Toma.
know how to love you.
Dun, 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 dun.
I'll leave you
Script. Made with Love by Team Salvo. Serenity Forge. Oh, they threw in this logo. I guess they had to. Alright. To the special player who received the special ending. This is the same, I think it's the same message. For years, I have been enamored by the ability of visual novels and games in general to tell stories in ways not possible using traditional media. Doki Doki Literature Club is my love letter to that. Games are an interactive art. Some let you explore new worlds, some challenge your mind in brand new ways. Some make you feel like a hero or a friend, even when life is hard on you. Some games are just plain fun, and that's okay too. Everyone likes different kinds of games. People who enjoy dating sims may have a heightened empathy for fictional characters, or they might be experiencing feelings that life has not been kind enough to offer them. If they are not enjoying themselves, then that's all that... if they're enjoying themselves, then that's all that matters. That goes for shooting games, casual games, sandbox games, anything. Preferences are preferences, and our differences are the reason we have a thriving video game industry. My own favorite games have always been ones that challenge the status quo. Even if not a masterpiece, any game that attempts anything wildly different may earn a special place in my heart. Anything that further pushes the limits, the limitless bounds of interactive media. I extend my gratitude to all those who have taken the time to achieve full completion. I hope you enjoyed playing the game as much as I enjoyed making it. Thank you for being part of the Literature Club. Dan Salvo. Error. Required files are missing or corrupt. Please run reset.sh to repair and reset visual novel machine. Okay. So that would be this. That's why I never clicked on this, because I figured I was going to reset the game. Music. We have your reality now. Here's Dan's letter. Yeah, it's awesome. I love this song. How you doing today? Mute Astro. Let's Let's see. Achieve the special ending of the story.
Ink flows down
Into the dark puddle. Achieve the special ending of the story.
into his heart. But in this world of infinite
Choices. Alright, now the part that I really wanted to get to. Side stories.
just to find that special
Alright,
day.
let's do this one first. We'll do the first one first. Alright, this part's new to me. I had played the game before. And then obviously this is new to Plus, so it was really nice to go through the game again because I really like this game a lot. Hey, a new scene. It's a vending machine. Classroom's a little dark. And it's getting brighter. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. Let's all have a seat and take attendance, okay? I do miss the debate club. Who knew it would be so difficult to start a new club? I feel worse with every day that passes without anyone coming in. I'm really starting to lose confidence. Monica is the only member of the literature club. Oh. In the days that have passed, all of her efforts to recruit new members have been fruitless. Am I going about this wrong? Monica glances at her flyers. The headline is, "Do you like literature?" Maybe nobody's into literature enough to pick it up over the other club interests. I just can't rely on people liking literature. I need to sell them on a vision. A vision. But what kind of vision? Monica rests her head on her desk deep in thought. Before she realizes it, the recent nights of staying up too late start to catch up with her. It's so quiet, and the noise of the air conditioner is soothing. Hello? I'm guessing this is Sayori. Yep. Suddenly, a voice causes Monica to snap awake. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I never do this. Is this the napping club? No, this is... Monica pauses, suddenly embarrassed to admit that this is in fact the literature club. This is the literature club. Yay! I thought I had the wrong place for a sec. I'm super sorry. I was like, so unprofessional of me to do that. Don't apologize, I do it all the time. Oh, did I miss the club meeting? Where is everybody? Well, about that. This is everybody. Really? Just you? But we're getting more members. I'm working really hard on it. Hold on a sec. If it's just you, then that means I get to be vice president. Wait, vice president? What are your qualifications? Well, I'm better at napping than you. Maybe I should be president. Now you're just making fun of me. Oh, I'm sorry. What's your name? Sayori. Okay, Sayori. I've been trying really, really hard on this club. You know, you caught me at a weird time, but it's really disheartening to not be taken seriously, you know? I care so much about this. I just want to find other people who do too. Oh no, I'm sorry. I do care, I promise. I have a hard time being serious, that's all. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. I was just joking about the vice president thing too. I would make a terrible vice president. I mean, I'm sure of that. Monica tries to say something reassuring, but it's difficult when she still doesn't know much about Sayori. I'm sorry that this isn't like a real club yet. Would you be interested in joining it after I found a few members at least? Well, no. I want to join now. Really? Yeah, it sounds like lots of fun. Besides, How can I tell how hard you've been working? Wait, I can tell how hard you've been working. You're doing something amazing, and you should be proud of it, you know? So let me help you in turn. Turn something stressful into something fun. If nothing else, I'm good at that, so... Honestly, how could I possibly say no to that? That's really sweet of you, Sayori. Oh, I'm Monica, by the way. Monica! Such a cool name. Oh, now you're just trying to cheer me up. But you're smiling. Well, I didn't say it didn't work. Monica glances at the flyers on her desk and realizes that her name is already written on it. So what do we do first? Well, it's getting pretty late, isn't it? We can go home and try to come up with some new ideas to recruit club members. I can do that. Cool. And I think I need to put some more thought into my vision for the club. You know, like a mission. My mission is to make everyone happy. That's something like that. I need to think about it. Hey, do you like hugs? I guess so. Sayori suddenly pulls Monica into a friendly hug, then lets go. Some people can just really use a hug sometimes. Besides, Sayori whispers loudly, hug energy is what keeps me at my best. Hug energy? Monica laughs. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monica feels her spirits lifted. Maybe it's just because she finally found another club member, but, well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna think really hard tonight about how to get more people. Yeah, me too. A day passes and the time comes for the literature club. Monica and Sayori to reconvene. The president, Monica, ensures that she's the first to arrive at the club, but she finds herself waiting longer than expected for Sayori. It's been 10 minutes already. Maybe Sayori changed her mind about joining. No, that can't be. She was so excited yesterday, but I'm getting kind of worried. Suddenly, Sayori comes bouncing through the door. In her hand, she's holding a sheet of paper. Sorry, I'm late. I'm here. It's okay. Welcome back. And Sayori spins over to Monica and deposits the sheet of paper into Monica's desk. Oh, what's this? Take my hand, take me forward. Take me to your dreamland. Caution me to watch my step, so I can't look back at my footprints. Climb the stairs ahead of me while I look up to you. The more I look forward, the more I look up, the more I can lend to you. If you can trust me to follow your pace, I'll trust you to set it. If you can trust me to lend you a smile, I'll trust you to return it. Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. Hey, this is really good. You wrote it, Sayori? Of course. Wait, no. That's the wrong side of the paper. Huh? I wasn't ready to share that yet. I'm so embarrassed. Monica flips the paper over. Written on the other side is a list of ideas for recruiting club members. Oh, so this is what you meant to show me. Oops. But I'm curious now. Do you write poetry often? I do, but I'm sure I'm not anywhere near as good as you are. Really? I'm actually terrible at writing poetry. I've never written anything I was happy with. Oh, excuse me. Like, I always read it again, and a week after I write it, I'm like, wow, this is so stupid. I don't know. It's like the dramatic version of me doesn't agree with the person I want myself to be or something like that. Aw. You should have more confidence in yourself. You're the literature club president. Huh, I guess you're not wrong there. I need to, like, set a good example or whatever. You know, I can envision the club doing something like that. Doing what? You know, like sharing poems and we write and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I would love that. It's such a good way to learn about other people, you know? It's like we have so many emotions that we can't express to other people usually. But you can when it's in a poem, right? Yeah. I think it's helping me form a more cohesive vision for the club. So I'm glad you showed me. Well, even though it was by accident. Me too! I felt embarrassed at first, but now it feels kinda good that someone else read it. I'll try to show you more of them in the future. I'd love that. Oh jeez, I'm getting distracted. Do you want to go over this recruitment brainstorm together? My brain stormed so hard. It was like a brain hurricane. My brain is a natural disaster. Oh my god. Sorry, that's terrible. Anyway, let's take a look at this list. Make cupcakes. I was hungry, but it's a good idea, isn't it? Let me think about this. I mean, when would we have the chance to give people cupcakes? You know, when they come to the club. What if we said we had free cupcakes on the flyers? I'm, like, kind of worried that would bring the wrong kind of people, you know? Wrong kinds? People would come just for the cupcakes and then leave. Aw, nobody would do that. That would be mean. But you know, I want to find people who are really interested in literature. Did I skip one? Oh, I thought I did. Even if they don't know it yet. Let's see. Next thing on the list. Hunt for people reading books. I don't think I get it. Like, go around school and find people who are reading books, you know? Like in the morning or during lunch. And then tell them to check out the literature club. Well, the problem with that is, like, wouldn't most people reading books just be doing it for an assignment or something? How would we know if they're reading it for fun? Well, we can just ask them. But then we'd be bothering people who are trying to do schoolwork. I didn't think about that part. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You're coming up with a lot more ideas than I can. Oh, your next idea is to hand out flyers, rather than just putting up on the wall. I'd definitely like to start doing that. I'm useful! Oh, I never said you weren't. I just need to think. What would we tell people when handing them out? I don't want to just be like, join the literature club. Let's figure out how we can better engage people. What if you told them about the club activities and stuff? What club activities? Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be my job to come up with that, right? My vision for the club. Okay, sorry. Pretend you're a normal person for a second. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. You know, like a random passerby who's getting a flyer. How would you react to the idea of a literature club? Probably like, literature's stupid. I'm joining anime club. What the heck? Sorry, I was just thinking of a friend of mine. Okay. What if I said we, like, do group reading and discussion and stuff together? I'd probably nap through that. That's you, Sayori. Yeah, but that doesn't really sound like fun to most people anyway. We need to really catch their interest, you know? This sucks. Why is it so hard? Monica, don't be sad. What do you like about literature, Sayori? Me? Well, kind of what I said about the poem earlier. I think it gives you a chance to express yourself. Like, express yourself in more ways you can't normally do. When you're just doing your own normal day and talking with your friends. I mean, we all have so many thoughts and feelings that we just don't get to share, you know? It's like intimate. Yeah. How do we get that across to people? We could be like, express your true self. Be intimate with us. Okay, that's kind of... I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. What is it? I forgot all about my things in my classroom. Or I forgot all of my things in my classroom. I must have gotten too excited and rushed over here. Silly me. Rushed? But you weren't... Oh, never mind. Did you want to get your stuff then? I'll forget it if I don't do it now. Well, I'll wait for you then. Okay, it'll only take a second. Sayori dashes out of the room, leaving Monika momentarily alone. Monika sighs and starts jotting her thoughts on a sheet of paper. Express yourself. Be intimate with us. I like that one. Be who you want to be. Make new friends. Discover a new you? Discover your heart. No. Write your heart out. No. Write into your heart. Write the way into your heart. Join the literature club. Write the way into your heart. Wow, that's lame. Monika! Huh? You startled me. Sorry, but something important happened. On my way to the classroom, there was a girl reading a book. Reading a book? Let's hurry and recruit her. Wait, are you sure she's not just doing homework? I could tell she was really into it. Well, I guess we could take a look. Monika grabs one of her flyers and stands up from her desk. The two depart the classroom with Sayori leading the way. This way! You don't have to run. Sayori leads Monika over to a particular classroom, then lowers her voice to a whisper. See? In there. Monika peers through the window. Sure enough, there's a girl sitting alone, intently reading a book. I feel creepy doing this. You should go inside and talk to her. Me? You're the president, and I would probably scare her away. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Monika takes a deep breath and timidly enters the room. That was fast. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Why? What happened? Well, I entered the classroom and she didn't even look up from her book. So I just kind of left the flyer on a desk and walked out. Oh god. That's kind of cute. But I'm sure she'll see it and want to join the club. I hope so. Shall we head back now? The two head back to the classroom. Sayori feels rather accomplished, and Monika still feels a bit embarrassed by the encounter. Upon returning, Monika and Sayori resumed their strategy meeting. Goddamn. They discussed various kinds of recruiting tactics, from professional to silly. After going through Sayori's list, and with Monika coming up with ideas of her own, the two end in a better spot than where they began. Well, I would say today was pretty productive, wouldn't you? Yeah, I think we're starting to make progress. I can't wait to get new members. Huh? What's this? Sayori peers at a sheet of paper Monika was jotting on earlier. Oh, don't mind that. I was just thinking to myself, join the literature club. Write the way into your heart? That's so cute! I thought it was a little overdramatic, but Sayori pauses and thinks for a moment. You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. What do you mean by that? Like, I don't know. I feel like I can tell from talking with you today. It seems like you're always afraid of doing something wrong. Yeah, but would you call yourself a perfectionist? Yeah. Yeah, I definitely am. I mean, I always have an idea in my head on how I want things to go. And it's like, I can't accept anything less than that. But I think in the end, it helps me try my hardest at everything, so I don't think it's a bad thing. Like with this club, we have such an opportunity to make it into exactly how we want to, exactly how we envision it. But it feels like we only have one shot at it. So I'm just really afraid of it diverting from that, the vision. What's the vision? It's... Monica pauses to think. Then she shakes her head to herself. She sighs. I don't know. I just want everyone to... Monica trails off. Smiling, Sayori taps her finger against the sheet of paper. Write the way into your heart? I think that's what you're trying to do. So to make the club that, you need the most out of anyone. To make the club that you need the most out of anyone. Well, you're the one who knows yourself best, of course, but I'm here to help you. Monica returns Sayori's smile. It's sort of amazing how kind you are. We're really gonna make this the best club ever. Sayori nods, and the two remain silent for a moment, lost in thought. The only sound is the steady whisper of the air conditioner. Is there an air conditioner in here? It must be on a different wall. And the only movement is the afternoon sunlight, trickling its way in and out of the clouds. Sayori breaks the moment with a big yawn. Time to go home? You tell me, you're the president. In that case, today's meeting is officially over. I look forward to tomorrow. Me too. Sayori beams and grabs her things. You can go ahead. I need a few minutes still. Oh, I can wait. It's alright. I just want some alone time. In that case, Sayori waves enthusiastically to Monica. Good luck! Monica smiles and waves in return as Sayori spins her way out of the club room. All alone, she sighs to herself and takes a moment to zone out. She wasn't prepared for the self-reflection encouraged by Sayori, but she decides it was something she probably needed right about now. The club that I need the most. I don't get it. I just want to start a club with more passion. Something I could use to help lead people to happiness. Literature is the key to that, because it's the window to the real person inside of us. Underneath the person who's forced to always smile and blend in. The person who's forced to be perfect. Monica suddenly notices a folder on the floor by her desk. Sayori? Did Sayori leave this behind? I hope it doesn't have her homework in it. Worried, Monica opens the folder to check. Poems? It's a folder of poems. Become the flower. A feeling of joy is a flower plucked from the ground. The color, the scent, it's so pretty in my hair. Every day I pluck some flowers as though they grew just for me. A lifetime of peace and nourishment yanked away in an instant. All for me, all for joy. I need more. I need more joy. I need more happy. Pluck, pluck, pluck every day. Pluck, 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 so pretty in my hair. Pluck, 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 you're going to die, and you too. Beneath my feet, a flower stands alone. It beckons to me. Oops. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots, caressing the final joyous moments between my fingers. But to what ends? I look in every direction, and the field I stand in. The prosperous field is a barren wasteland, the fruits of my labor, the carnage of my joy, and that is why I've decided I must become the flower. Wow, I really like this one. That one's pretty deep, pretty heavy. Wait, Sayori? Oh, I got an email. Have a nice weekend. I'm on leave the rest of the week. Contact Revi if you need to schedule server time, but I expect my jobs to run for a few days. Since we've collected so much data this week, how about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Okay. Don't know what that's about. Oh, we have these. Nice. Okay, anything else? Okay, so we do have these poems from here too. Okay, so these are going to be filled out with the side stories. Acquire all of Sayori's other poems. So this one's new. There once was a ladybug. It was so small it took a really long time to crawl from here to there. It was very tiring to fly for too long. Nobody squishes ladybugs because they're cute. Does that make them better than other bugs? Do ladybugs know they're cute? Do they think they're preoccupied with bug things? Or I think they're too preoccupied with bug things. And so the ladybug crawled around and did bug things. The story wasn't really going anywhere, but I know you don't mind. I hope you think it's nice for being there anyway, like ladybugs. Like this ladybug, the one who clings like a doof into your sleeve because she knows you won't squish it. If it doesn't bug you, will you stay a while? Okay. All right, so we'll get some poems. We might get some more CDs from the extra ones too then. And we got a new classroom here. Is this different than the other classroom? I guess it's lit up. Or not lit up. What else we got? Nothing? Alright, nothing new. We got new music. I already heard it. Alright. And now I got a new side story. Should I do this one first? Or should I do all of these? Let's finish this because the literature club hasn't started yet. But let's do this one. I'm gonna do this one. We'll see. This is Yuri and Sayori? The club is suddenly interrupted by the sound of a door closing. Monica and Sayori turn their heads. The door opens halfway. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. Okay, hold on. I feel like this does come after. Let me come back to here. We're gonna do. Oh fuck! I clicked the wrong button. Okay, well that's good. I didn't do anything. Side stories. Let's do this one. Another day passes in a flash, and it's already time for the next club meeting. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club task, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. I'm so stupid. How could I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori's going through these kinds of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? This whole time, I didn't think to ask about her own feelings. So much for this stupid vision. Sayori enters the club room with her usual smile, but upon seeing the downcast Monica, Her smile quickly fades to an expression of concern. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Monica? Is everything okay? I'm really sorry. I'm such a terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. I made this all about myself. You even said so yesterday. You told me that I'm trying to make the club that I need most, right? But my problems are so trivial compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. What are you talking about? But as she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. I left my folder here. Monica stares blankly ahead, unable to come up with a response. I wasn't ready to share those. Now you're worried about me. I don't want that. But why? We're friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other. I want to be here for you as much as you're here for me. Another long moment passes in silence. The air is incredibly heavy. This is different. It wasn't just about you yesterday. It was about the club. Besides, things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. I don't want it. I like happy. So, if you do this, then you're just being selfish. Monica massages her forehead, struggling through the frustration of such a paradox. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things, but as unfair as it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore the needs of her friend. I'm sorry I looked. I disrespected your privacy. No, I don't blame you for looking. You would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Yeah. Monica takes a deep breath. Okay. I understand that you don't want me to worry, and I think I'll be able to put that aside. And I think I'll be able to put this aside so that we can move on. But can you promise me something? Promise you what? Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. This is the literature club. It's a place where people can express themselves in ways that life normally doesn't allow them to. That's my vision. In fact, it's our vision. Write the way into your heart, or whatever. So, I just want you to promise me that you'll remember that too. It doesn't have to be right now, but I want to be here for you when you need it. I want us to be ourselves like that. I want us to be ourselves like that. Sayori smiles, gently. I'll promise if you promise. Unable to help it, Monica returns Sayori's smile. I promise. Me too. As the conversation closes, the mood in the room is lifted. With that behind them, it's time to proceed with the club's activities. So, want to teach me about poetry? Huh? But what about recruitment? It's fine, we have plenty of time for that. But right now, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, I do have to fulfill my end of the promise, you know? Heh. There's no way I could say no to that. Just don't expect much. I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. It's fine. I think I just need like some motivation. I never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You just need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that won't come out any good. It's not supposed to. You're gonna have to fight your perfectionist mind on this one. You can start by writing your feelings and see what kinds of things it makes you think of. And then you can turn your feelings into a little story. You can get your feelings down fast, and then make it sound pretty later. It's not like building a railroad where you go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage where you find all the things you want to put in and then you arrange them in a pretty way. At least that's how I do it. It's not like the only way, but it's a really good way to not get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah, I always get so caught up in how it sounds that I forget what it's about, or I forget what's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper and starts writing. Stop being a perfectionist, you idiot. Ha, I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out, you idiot, after she writes it down. No, keep it! What? Why? Are you calling me an idiot? Of course not. But the point is that you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. But I was just... Well, yeah. Underneath the scribble, Monica writes, you idiot, and stares at the paper. Her words stare back at her. It's kind of funny how I wrote down what I'm mad at myself for, and then I did the exact thing anyway. This is really gonna take some time to get used to. I believe in you. Thanks, I do too. Me, I mean. But also you, of course. Monica continues the exercise, jotting down their thoughts. It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write without overthinking it. But after a while, with Sayori's guidance and encouragement, Monica's sheet of paper begins to look fairly lively, peppered with all of her random thoughts. Phew. Monica looks up and down at her sheet. Gosh, I feel so tense looking at this. I hate it. But it's also kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you are trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Don't give me too much credit. I'd have to try really, really hard at it. But I think it's something that I'll enjoy doing. With you. Sayori beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try to work on a new flyer for the club. I won't be so picky about the language. Yay, let's do it! Monica and Sayori proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. Finally, they begin to truly feel it's only a matter of time before they find more members. Another day passes. As usual, Monica's the first one to the club room. With her is a printout of the revised literature club flyer, complete with all new ideas Monica and Sayori came up with. If only this flyer will give that one... if only this was the flyer we gave that one reading girl the other day. It's so much more attractive than the old one, but the new catchphrase is featured clearly in the center of the flyer. Write your way into your heart. Write the way into your heart. Surely common sense would say that one writes from the heart, not into the heart. But the message being delivered is that one can use writing to discover themselves. Hopefully Monica Sayori had thought that would be enough to garner some curiosity from students. Why do I feel so tense looking at this? Monica thinks back to the previous meeting when she performed the writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? How am I supposed to be president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to be about? The literature club is truly beginning to take form. But with that, the weight on Monica's shoulders only becomes heavier. Debate club was always about rigid structure, formulating airtight points and counterpoints, and delivering them with conviction. It was about the person on the outside. That's why Monica was so good at it. It existed entirely within her realm of comfort. It's suffocating. I need to break through this mental wall. I need to learn to express myself, for real. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. She presses the tip of her pen firmly against the paper, but her hand doesn't move. Instead, a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. As she does, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining Monica's canvas. Ugh. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down once again, letting the ink collect. She creates a second smear on the paper. Come on, Monica. Just move your hand, Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection, a stain. Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. That's pretty good. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here. Hi. Monica hears Sayori approach her desk, then stop for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. Then she sits down on the adjacent desk. Bad day? Mm-hmm. Me too. You too? The new flyer looks good. You've been working so hard on the club, but also something else, I think. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's just hard. It's so hard to just be vulnerable. Sayori takes the sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down, then stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You can trust me with anything. Sayori gazes at Monica with sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the paper from Sayori's desk and reads it. Oh, sometimes I want to die. Sayori, this is really, really hard for me. Her voice shakes. So if I can do it, you can do it too. Because you're like 1,000,000 times better than me. That's completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now, my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because the promise yesterday, I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. Oh, I'm crying a little bit. This is the literature club. I trust you more than I'm scared. At those words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. Were Monica's own futile but genuine efforts actually the push that Sayori needed? Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over the air conditioner. As she prepares herself to continue, Monica waits in gentle silence. I have this problem where I get really upset when people worry too much about me. I can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me when you can just be happy instead? So I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts that I have. It's so much easier to just smile and help everyone else be happy. But that's terrible, is what Monica wants to say, but she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing. It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. Like, whenever I'm not smiling, everyone would worry about me and ask me what's wrong. I know that because I used to be like that. Sayori pauses, seeming to recall something in the past. I just want everyone to be happy. That's the most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone. Sayori pauses again, her solemn expression making her look almost like an entirely different person. Oh, I need to clean my glasses now. How did you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried that I'll be one of those people too? I am worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. But another part of me, I think, just felt like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club is supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was right for me to do. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself too. It just made me feel like I could say in confidence, and our friendship doesn't have to change. It's so silly. The club is only 2 people, but it already means this much to me. Monica feels a tingling sensation in her heart. A feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them. Me too. I was so lost until you showed up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave. I don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, I can at least offer you some hug energy. If you like. Oh. Wordlessly, without a smile, Sayori rests her forehead on Monica's shoulder. Through their contact, Monica can also feel a torrent of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. And in this moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monica realizes that of all the days that have passed, this is one where she really hopes that nobody new walks in through the door. She speaks softly. You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. You can say anything, I'll never judge you. I promise. Sayori breaths begin to quiver. She takes several deep breaths, trying as hard as she can to start speaking, to say the things she never once dared to say out loud. Finally, she spoke in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless and everybody would be better off without me. She suppressed a sob as a tear falls down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything, and I just feels like everyone just has to put up with me, and I hate it. I hate it. The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice, falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. I don't want to have these thoughts. I want them to go away. And now I'm making you put up with me, and I just want to die. As soon as Sayori loses her composure, Monica becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now. So she won't let any sadness show. Her voice comes through soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. This is just being your friend. Monica offers a few words of comfort. But she knows, Sayori said it herself, that the thoughts Sayori experiences are ones that don't belong. And Monica can't magically make them go away. The most she can do is help Sayori battle them, like any good friend would do. You have so much value. To me, and your other friends too. The club wouldn't have been the same without you. I really, really mean that. You coming here was the best thing that could have happened. Even if we never get any other club members, I would still be happy. That's what you brought here. You brought us vision, and you also brought us happiness. And that's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monica feels her gently nod. No more words are needed between them. The two share their embrace for a little while longer, letting Sayori take as much time as she needs. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. I guess I needed that. Some days are harder than others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure that things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Mm-hmm. Thanks. You're the best. No, you are. The two exchange smiles. You know, I'm sorry to bring this up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Sayori nods. It's scary, since it's always hard to tell people. Yeah. Well, of course, it will always be your choice, but if you ever look to find, or if you're ever looking to find the courage for it, I can do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Sayori suddenly yawns and stretches. Wow, that made me tired. And hungry. Well, I won't make you do any work today if you're not up to it. No, I want to. I mean, I can say that it's definitely one thing that makes me happy. I can say that's definitely one thing that makes me happy. Monica smiles. But I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door causes the two of them to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops, a face peeking inside. A familiar face. Alright, yeah, it's a good thing I went back. Okay, so these seem to be in order. Oh man, that was really sad. Alright. Thank you to everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been. So delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the VM. Just to clarify, all the recordings labeled side stories are part of the control simulations, right? I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here that lives here, and there that differ a little bit from those in VM1, even trivial ones. Is it part of the butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes, or is it the result of her messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment or for fun? If so, I'm keeping track. We have what, like 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality they all are, as real as the others anyway. Okay, so they're saying the side stories are simulations that are being run. Oh, not this one. Wait, where's the other poems? We don't get the Perfect Smudge poem and the I Wanna Die poem? Those 2 were really freaking good. Alright. Side story. Alright, yeah, okay, so these go in order, so we're gonna want to do these in order. Is this Sayori and Yuri? Yes. Club meeting is suddenly interrupted. They turn their heads halfway. Familiar face. Yuri. Ooh. Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica, "It's her! It's her!" It's true. The girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across reading alone in a classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she found her way to the club. Are you here for the literature club by chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please come inside. The girl fully steps into the door, but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail containing her excitement. It's happening! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica, and this is Sayori. We run the literature club, even though it's just us so far, but... What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you serious? I mean, I should be good enough. Everyone's welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk and gently sitting down. So what's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori. This is Monica. Sayori, it's nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like books? Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy's cool. Yes. Have you heard of Annabelle DuPont? I can't say that I have. Well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her cheeks in joy. You can borrow my books if... I won't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, caught completely off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for help. I'd love to. It sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great. I'm so happy I found this club. Oh, I'm stupid. I left all my books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quietly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you. Aw. You probably only need, to To bring one for now. Sayori nervously said that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on the desk. True. Okay. I'll go get the first one then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for this. How do we handle someone so intense? I have, no experience with fantasy, except maybe stuff that I read when I was a kid, but that's probably like a joke compared to what she's into. I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat we have members who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? We have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being hasty. I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point things out like that, Sayori. I just like learning what makes people happy and sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You'd probably be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable here. Maybe you can take a break from helping me with administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Besides, Sayori lowers her voice, I'm probably gonna need all the time I can get. She taps her finger against the dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterwards, the door opened to reveal Yuri return. I'm back. Her breath is slightly heavy, which, combined with her short time gone, indicates she must have ran at least part of the way. She makes her way back to Sayori and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her was about equal in size to the one Yuri was already on Yuri's desk. Well, there's probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There are some things that are more explained in the other books that take place in the same universe, so going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. Sayori nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think if we're gonna be reading together, I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori, while Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Sayori sits down and looks at her book, then glances around the room, showing no indication that she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide you wanted to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault since I haven't been paying attention to any club recruitment advertisements. I only found this one because Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica! Monica came to my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly Yuri's face darkens and she shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid. I got too nervous and couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid that Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was, but I decided that was probably irrational. Wait. No, that was totally my fault. I felt bad about interrupting you, that I just walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come here, for some other reasons too. such as there being too many people. Not that I mind that much, but I have a really hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Aw, that makes me happy. I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I've never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. It's so hard to find others that are into the same things as I am, except online. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that. What kinds of things are you into? Like, genres? I don't know, anything, even if it's not literature. Oh, just things that you would think are dumb. Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face. How about it? I'll tell you something I'm into, and you tell me something, and then you can tell me about something you're into. I suppose that would be okay. Okay. Well, I'm pretty into, like, crafty things. Like making cute collages or decorating things, like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends, but then I put it off to the last minute. So yeah, that's something kind of silly that I'm into. You sound so creative. Not that much. It's just that you'd be surprised how much you can do with scissors and glue and stuff. So I have to share something that I'm into, right? Sayori nods. Well, I guess I'm into nature. I love nature! Monica, I'm gonna start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck with me now. I am not. Oh, yeah? Well, I hereby appoint you vice president of the literature club. There, now you're stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuri. I interrupted you. Go ahead. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after having gotten cut off. I like going out into the woods or to the park, just places where you can walk or sit and not have any people around. It's peaceful. It's nice to kind of remove yourself from everything that matters and let my racing mind operate autonomously for a while. When do you like to do that? It depends on my mood. After school, on weekends, whenever I feel like I need it. Wow, I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that. I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do, if you don't let it slip through your fingers. The three continue their conversation, led primarily by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her work, but she found it difficult not to join in. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more. Oh, it looks like we should be wrapping up for today. So are you two going to be starting on that book for the next club meeting? That's the plan. I'm so excited. Sayori beams. Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye! As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns her farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the club room. Sayori, you're a lifesaver. I didn't do anything, I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted my mood. It feels really nice when I can put my energy towards other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know? It made me happy. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here, with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting? I'm kind of scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best. I think you'll do great. After the surprise of a new club member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to. After school, another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the club room, expecting to be the last one to arrive. She opens the door. As she opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the club room. It's club time again! Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Is that okay? Yuri nods silently, unable to make eye contact. Sorry about yesterday. Sayori tilts her head, unsure of exactly what Yuri's talking about. Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books, and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. That was so inconsiderate of me. I got excited. I got too excited. Hold on, this is Yuri still. Fuck. I got too excited and forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so... Oh. Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how you were excited. Well, still. I think I changed my mind about the book. We don't have to read it. Huh? Why? Because I know that you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But if you liked it so much, then it must be worth sharing. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Well, the thing is, we don't even have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have been working on recruitment stuff mostly, so it sounded like something fun that we could do together, reading your books. You know, like as a club activity. That would be okay, right? Why am I being so resistant to this anyway? It's exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. Sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here. Suri pulls her desk up against Yuri and sits next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Dusk Bell. Part 1 of the Everlast Saga. It's Dusk Bell by Annabelle. Sorry, I'm ready now. Oh, wait, that was Sayori. Wait. Sorry, I'm ready now. Oh, right. I should probably get some paper. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come you need paper? It's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just for taking notes. Oh my god, Yuri takes notes while she reads, okay. I mean, I guess I should have assumed that, but... Notes? Yes. That's an effective strategy. Exactly. I'm sure it'll be especially helpful for someone who's new to the genre. Sayori's joke flies completely over Yuri's head. But thinking about it, she decides that it's probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, but I'll try to help make it as accessible as possible. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide the smile and light blush. You can't generalize intelligence. Tell that to the IQ test. Anyway, I'm only smart in things I have a lot of experience with. I'm awful at anything involving real people. That should be evident enough with the 2 days I've spent here so far. So in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart, especially you. No! Suri rubs her shoulders against Yuri's. You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay. After a minor diversion between them, the two get back on track with their planned club activities. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world of her story takes place in. The more of it she details, the races, factions, history, elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectations, Yuri eloquently guides her through it in a way such that it's fun to follow along. It becomes evident that the world-building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is what Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. How do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite kind of writing I do. What kind of writing? Oh, like poetry and stuff like that. The things I write are like just putting down feelings that come out into my head, you know? But this is like, there must be so much planning and hard work. Oh? You're into poetry? I think there's an appendix that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. No way! Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she heard Yuri laugh. It means Yuri must be having fun. Anyway, I think I can get started reading on this now, if you're ready. Okay, but I can't read very fast. Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself on. I see. Yuri jots, Yuri is patient, into her notes. Hey, that's for the book. I'm just kidding. But I'm kinda glad you're patient, because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Sayori flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay, chapter 1. The room becomes silent as the two begin to read. But the silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks up again. What does vindicated mean? Well, in this context, it means that he was proven innocent. It's okay to ask questions, right? Of course. Sayori turns the page. Are these footnotes? A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. Oh my god, this book. The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows more tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. It's like reading a textbook, it sounds like. Up until now, their expressions had been reserved, with Sayori easily navigating social situation and Yuri struggling through them. But now the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past now or the present? Where? Right here. They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing the flashback that Barnes is having. But they didn't tell me that. It's implied from the context. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She begins to understand the value of the notes, as she finds herself referring to them somewhat often and even adding to them. But her reduction in questions comes not from her getting used to reading, but rather from her fearing that she would come across as stupid. Oh my god. At least Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. Or at last Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now. Okay. Sayori takes a deep breath and closes what little of the book she has gotten through so far. So, what are your thoughts up to this point? Sayori tries to find words. Am I doing well so far? I'm not sure I understand. Well, I don't know. When it takes me this long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. But I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going and try doing my best so I can see the way that you do it. The relaxation on Yuri's expression fades. I see. Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Yuri pauses and then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow. But, I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore, that's all. I'm sorry that I made you. Yuri leaves. You weren't making me? Sayori is left alone with her words. How did this happen? We were having a fun time just a second ago. This is my fault. I said something stupid to hurt her. I should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. It's the only thing I'm good at. And I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want me to come back? What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowned in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk. Spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. If she wasn't coming back, then she wouldn't have left her book here, right? Unless she just forgot to take it with her. This is horrible. Was it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough. I probably let her down so much by having trouble following along. Yeah, I'm sure if I was smarter she would be having so much more fun. I need to do better for her. Oh. Pictures. Oh, we got Yuri. Let's see, anything else in here? Nothing else in here. No new email? No new email. Side stories. Understanding. Begin side story? Yes. Let's do it. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the club room. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at a desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy, but my best wasn't good enough. But it was still my best. But I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sayori continues to wrestle with her self-deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass and nobody enters the club room. Not Yuri or Monica. Oh. Gosh, I'm so late. Why did I offer to help those other students with their work? I'm such a pushover sometimes. It's going to leave such a bad impression on new club members, like Yuri if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner, approaching the club. As she does, Yuri? Ah! Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the club room against the wall, next to the door. Embarrassed, she quietly closes the book she was reading and stands up. Oh gosh, I'm sorry I'm so late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the clubroom should be open. It's not... Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers inside the clubroom through the window and looks away. Actually, I was wondering if I could help you today instead. Huh? Me? With publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden, when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Did they not get along after all? Monica looks into the clubroom herself and sees Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay. It's kind of a simple job, but I'd be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica is worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. It's a little ironic, she realizes, that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in the debate club. Okay, let's take a walk together. I just have to make copies of these flyers, then go around to the billboards and replace the old ones with the new ones. Yuri nods, and the two set off. The two walk in silence. 1 second. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it? Sorry. I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sayori told me. Yeah. What did you two end up doing yesterday? Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. She's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated when I heard about the kinds of reading you were into. But you know, it's kind of stupid of me because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. And it's silly to assume that everyone who comes to the club will just have the same interests as me. But it's so cool that you're able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it, and I'm stupid for forcing her into it. Yuri falls silent again, as if she started her thoughts but can't figure out how to continue. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No, it's just me. Yuri pauses. I'm thinking. A moment passes in silence, then Yuri shakes her head. I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I wouldn't think you're complaining. I just want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club, it's an issue with me. So I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it. Huh? Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if I put it this way? It's my job as the president to understand the needs of my club members, right? We're going to have all kinds of people joining the club, hopefully anyway. And learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with the club activities that everyone can be happy with. That everyone can be happy with? Not just only some people? Of course. We need to be looking out for everyone. Otherwise, what kind of club would it be? I see. Yuri looks a little more relaxed. It signals to Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic approach was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs. Okay. Yuri takes a deep breath. I'm a really weird and awkward person, and I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, I guess, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make a conversation about an arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about things that I'm into. Unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anything else, I just have no idea what to say. So, I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So it feels like whenever I'm confronted with new social situations, I'm either ignored or made fun of or taken pity on. And Sayori falls into that third category. Gee, what? Hold on. You're saying that Sayori is taking pity on you? Yuri nods. I just want to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me or you don't connect with my interests, then just tell me, and I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm so stupid for not realizing that she would just go along with whatever I pushed her into. Nobody deserves to push themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling. I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Something in the middle of the conversation of the two stopped short in the hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original tasks. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down, with her fists clenched. I think you should tell her that. I can never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori's different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So, if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make you happy. That's the problem. The kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to another person's weird needs. I'm sorry. I'm making myself sound so... No. I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought out loud. It's something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to make them smile. But Yuri has difficulty accepting kindness. Yuri, who has difficulty accepting kindness, must be driving Sayori to be even more aggressive in her kindness, further exasperating the matter. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend, I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori, she has her own needs too, but good friends work together and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it that. My head just so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of this cycle of creating for myself. I think I'm so afraid of people pushing me away that I just push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session, but I understand now. I just need to communicate with her. You're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You're just helping make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking has something that I'm really bad at. Is something that I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Yuri and Monica finish replacing the old flyers with new ones. More accurately, Monica did most of the work, Yuri followed along. But as the club room once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never going to feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts towards the door, but then turns to face Monica. You're not just gonna wait outside, are you? I can walk in. Or I can take a walk. Want me to go get some coffee or something? Actually, I prefer tea. I like to make my own though, so please don't worry about it. Although I suppose that's one downside of reading here, in the club rather than at home. I don't get to drink tea while I'm reading. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with this. You know, now that you mention it, I bet we could get some permission to keep stuff for tea in the club room. You can use like an electric kettle to heat up the water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think it'd be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lies before her. But it must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the club room door. Yuri! Wait, hold on, I'm not done yet. Sari shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers over her words suddenly caught in her throat. At that moment, she realizes how Sayori has been spending the afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look! She holds up a sheet of paper. It's a page of notes beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. As Yuri sees it, her expression shifts from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, so I've been trying really hard to stop. Yuri presses her fist against her forehead. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Sayori's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response of what she was expecting. I'm sorry. Sayori looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. So if I did something wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No, it's me. I keep putting myself in this situation where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently just because I'm weird. But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought that if I did something together you really liked, I don't want your pity. Why did you do that? Yuri sinks to her knees. Her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard to articulate your thoughts? Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the real world. She should leave, just escape from here, before Monika sees her like this, and before Sayori tells Monika what she did. But before Yuri can put strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrapping around her from behind. Aww. It's okay, Yuri whispers in a soothing voice. It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through a clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. I know what that must be, what you're feeling right now. I promise, I understand that. I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings and we'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts, then speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it out of pity. I'm so horrible with people. So it makes me not want to believe that someone actually likes me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. I thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Because my interests are the only things I know how to talk about. It's all I have going for me. But then, whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessed in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person, but how am I supposed to expect that when I can't behave like one? I just want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall from underneath her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little better. You know, you were great at helping me while we were reading, so I'll help you with the things that you need too. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you with how much patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. I couldn't stop worrying about that after we were reading. I was afraid you would get frustrated with me. But I would never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have lots of patience. Yeah, I know, but my irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. I'm sure it's the same for you, right? Yeah, irrational fears. Well, there's no way that you could frustrate me because I already like you as the person you are. I know you said you have a hard time believing that, but I promise it's true. You don't have to be a social person if you don't like, for people you like, what the fuck? I can't read. You don't have to be a social person for people to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, Worrying so much about people's feelings? We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club after all. But it's the best part that we're all different and having different interests. Like about the book. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. That's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we didn't try them first, right? I want to learn the reason why you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart, and I want that to rub off on me. Yuri fights back a smile at that comment. Already having the atmosphere surrounded her seems to have evaporated through the cares of Sayori's arms. Caress. God damn. I must be getting tired. Sayori, your hair is so pretty. I always wanted long hair, but I was awful at taking care of it, so I cut it all off. Oh. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels okay just listening rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. It must be so difficult for her to feel relaxed around other people. But the literature club can make it happen. Then it's something that she deserves to experience. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind if you were to continue reading. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended. Of course. I'm not going to judge anything this early on, though. We still have to see what happens. Oh, and, it's not good to touch people without their consent first. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't make you feel uncomfortable. Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back! Monica's back! I haven't seen you, at all recently. Sayori tots over to Monica. Sayori whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monica. Oh yeah, Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be a hug monster. Hey, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, It could spell disaster. Yuri laughs. Monica perplexedly looks between the two of them and then smiles. Well, I guess you've been enjoying yourself reading so far. It's like our first real activity as a club. About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me to not return the favor to you and learn about things that you like. Yes! Do you like poetry? Yuri smiles. Alright. What is this? Finishing side story 2, understanding. And then we should have new CG, yep. And I don't see anything else here. Okay, new music. Side stories. Alright, we get the first one with Natsuki. And then we get Natsuki twice in a row. And we get to end with Natsuki too. Alright, respect. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Though their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening, and in walks a girl none of them had seen before. Hi? Sayori tugs excitedly on Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes in her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yay, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. Come and sit down somewhere so you can sit next to my desk. Oh, you can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, Yuri, can you make some tea? Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone and sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting neighborly. Oops, I skipped one. Oh no, I didn't skip one. Wait, I did skip one. No, I didn't skip one. I'm stupid. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound bad after all. Okay then, how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. Ha, what vibe? Oh, you know, like, never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh no you don't, Sayori. Yes I do. Or yes she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room and Natsuki gales. Yes she does. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. Hehe. I'm an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming fills the room. That's Yuri. Sari lowers her voice. She's kinda shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fancy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavors are strawberry. Ooh, let's get some ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough. Or maybe chocolate? It's cookie dough! And Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite ice cream? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It's just we haven't been very structured yet since we only have like 3 members. So we just kind of loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with this. We start with like some more structured club activities. It's been a while now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature do you like, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I'm literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? Hey, why'd you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That sounds great. Like, after all, we've been doing all this, Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk. After all the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in? Well, not really. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not gonna join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on. Is it that big of a deal? Manga's literature too, right? I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically, I get it. Look, I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll literally do whatever you want me to do. That's fine, right? Oh. Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, thank God. Thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it here, okay? Natsuki stands up. Need help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like lots of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it was some kind of obligation. Her tea is going to get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance, especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you don't just want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't gonna bother anyone, that includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No, you're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I really am going to start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and walks to the door, and opens it. Ugh, thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack on the floor as gently as she can. That's quite the collection. Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies, There's still 1 more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them. Monika anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monika is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said that she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere changed so much? Monika thinks the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Smiles. Monika forces a smile as Natsuki appears and as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monika awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is shelving all her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves now vibrant with colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there. I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monika sighs. The teacher's going to ask what all the manga is doing here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So? Monika backs off and slumps into a desk. Oh my god. With this tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Good afternoon! Sayori spins into the club. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this! Yuri brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money and got a cookie. Ooh, it's so pretty. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelf catches her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you must pay the tax, peasant. Boo. Sayori, defeated, unwraps the cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then Yuri silently walks into the club. Monika glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so, I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it'd be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that Monika glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, like we all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should collectively try to expand our interests rather than just stick to things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say that you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. Like, I like Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monika's voice trails off. Apparently Monika's having a hard time understanding that manga's literature. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga here, but it's just... Natsuki cuts Monika off by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious I'm not wanted here, so I'm just going to leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monika a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no! Sayori runs after her, leaving just Monika and Yuri. For the second time today, Monika slumps down in her desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's the jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monika looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so that she didn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monika sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong for me to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passions for literature, or at least develop it. So, maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monika sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can go back to reading. I know this isn't your concern. This doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustrations, and I guess guilt. It's like my frustrations want to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Ugh. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times you need it most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and to make demands of the club, your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even sorting it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Storing it. Fuck. I'm getting tired. Well, you're right about that, but I don't know. It's kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and has no place here. Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it, so I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling her conversations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself it has nothing to do with her manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shells. It's just... this isn't really what I had in mind for the club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica has failed to consider before now. Where is the line drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into the larger box set and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. Alright, so we got some new music in here. Pictures, we got Natsuki. Let's see, do we get anything else? Oh, not yet. We got a new email though. Chapter discrepancy. Having run the control simulation for a while, it's evident that a certain character is missing from my mention or appearance. This makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think, because she would have had to manufacture this character herself as a way of forcing interaction between her and the user. Could that be why the character has such limited and distant personality traits, or am I reading too much into this? I'll open an issue to start tracking info and observations on the anomaly of this character appearing. Which character is this? Guess we'll find out as we keep going. I'm actually gonna get a drink real quick. So let's put on some music. This one? Let's see. Yeah, we'll play this one. Alright, I'll be back in a second.
Every day I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you. The ink flows down into a dark puddle. Just move your hand right the way into his heart. But in this world of infinite choices, what will it take just to find that special day? What will it take just to find that special day. Have I found everybody a fun assignment to do today? When you're here, everything that we do is fun for them anyway. When I can't even read my own feelings, what good are words when a smile says it all? And if this world won't write me an ending, what will it take just for me to have it all? Does my pen only write bitter words for those who are dear to me? Is it love if I take you, or is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark puddle. How can I write love into reality? If I can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be.
Okay, I'm back. I needed to get some food too, because when I stood up, my stomach asserted itself. So I have a little bit of food. Side story. That I will eat as quickly as I can. Because I had to read a lot. Alright. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica's really nice. Hey, thanks for following Gigi. Gigi Nana. Hey, how you doing? She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not being so judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that, instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know, thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please? Oh, excuse me. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I want to make you happy. I want to make that happen for you. I was wondering, what was the reason you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Aw, don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason for when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So... Just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. And I can't enjoy the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care what anyone else thinks. But, you know, the sign for the literature club says you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't just want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club just like everyone else. It's part of the club's vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. It's supposed to be that way for the club. So, I'm gonna do everything I can to fix this. I promise. One second. Okay. It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet their friends to make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decides to try to find her during lunch so that she can make amends. After searching for an extensive time, okay, that's where to say that. Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from a crowd. Gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Natsuki is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with friends whom Monika does not recognize. And they're all energetically chatting together. It would be super tactless to just interrupt them. Oh. We have other people existing in this world. This is the first other person to exist in the world. Oh yeah? Did you end up joining the literature club or what? Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I? Ha! I told you she would join. Ah, come on. You know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you I never wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. Ha, true. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Just shut up. Let me do my thing. Damn. These are not friends. I'm just joking. You know we love you. They're being bitches. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your books. What? You're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction? Ha, well obviously I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? I told you I was joking. Besides, a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast. It brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monika's direction, prompting Monika to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them, after the way I treated her. Ugh, I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monika distractedly makes her way to the club. She finds Yuri inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monika picks a desk and slumps in it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like the literature club is the place where you get to express yourself, unless it's in a way I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I don't have any self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry, I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just like a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri struggles. It's just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah, well, Natsuki has a blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking about her in the hallway during lunch, talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that, that the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad. Like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take it away from her? And then I had that thought. It was just when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Yuri jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sari handle it instead. And now I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time. Monica shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah, I'm gonna get them back by making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monica and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monica's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm the vice president. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened and probably just unwelcomed. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay, I did it! Thanks for the intervention, Suri. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again. So, how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monica was afraid of that. Not because her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. So it's easy to just duck out from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and to admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay. Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm gonna step out for a bit, is that okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Sayori picks up the manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that, Natsuki probably left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club. Actually, Monica's been... Okay, Yuri, I'm sure it was just someone else who was using the classroom then, okay? Monica smiles at them both. Then with a wave, she exits the classroom. Nom nom nom. Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I can borrow from the music room. She's gonna make a song? The time for the club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori's gonna be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know what? You're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits and stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back! Monika, the club president, stands up to greet them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of a classroom just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagining was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with their own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monika had admittedly so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monika takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monika turns around to face the chalkboard. She writes, on it she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, it's just... Monika shakes her head. Natsuki. This is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy to just smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to not take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing it because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monika planned this all by herself. I didn't even have a chance to talk to her. I was witness to this as well. This is the literature club. The literature club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that, and it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think that you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But this is really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monika smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eyes. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I don't think... but I didn't think you... But I didn't want to... But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that, right? It's about manga. So I hope you're ready. A week passed since Natsuki returned to the literature club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each member had received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monika approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry home or anything? Are you in a hurry to get home, probably, or anything? Me? Not in particular. Why? Oh, there's just something that I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. Hey, the music room. The music room is a regular room, but with all the chairs off to the side. You know, I was thinking back, when the club was just me and Sayori, we would have talked about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself more than anyone else. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would have never realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's not really hard to feel that way sometimes. Or it's really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can really get hard to just brush it off. And it makes me start feeling like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. And I'm being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself. God. I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monika listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm always trying to come off as the perfect person to other people. Anytime there is a hint of contention, I just crumble. But thanks to you, that I really started thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But, well, like I said, I didn't do anything. You were just being yourself, and that's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monika takes a breath. The thing is, I might have been reading your manga. You what? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry. I think I just felt, like, kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of casual curiosity, but I ended up reading the whole bunch of it. But, I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You're reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club, she also plays piano. Which is weird, because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person I always wished I was. If I just did what I wanted instead of always second-guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. Aww, this is cute. I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself and the parts that will impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to Parfait Girls, not me. No, well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought in my head, but it was you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Because, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long, and I'm really not good at it yet, like, at all. But I've wrote a song for the club, and I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything yet, but yeah. Oh, is this our song? That's all. I was still muted. Well, I hope you guys are reading that, because I don't know where I muted it. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she will go about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After a week was spent on their passions, Monica decided to give the club members this week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori had been spending most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasies books, and is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Well, it depends on the kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all those things. Yuri reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't the girls be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. In panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori and then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. What exactly kind of book do you have at school, Natsuki? Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get good until a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're really into manga. I can handle it. I did it with Yuri's book, at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that, although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put in that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. Oh god. But I love my friends. I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut. I just said I had the attention span of one. Aw, you're just trying to call me sweet. You're so cute. No. How do you get that conclusion? And don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Aw, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. No, sorry, it wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry at you all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's a romance too, obviously. Sayori looked at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running to the same guy, and then you find out, you should read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're gonna ship yourself with. It would be really funny if I'm right. Ship? I don't get it. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you tell me what you think. Okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we can do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry. Then it wouldn't make, then I won't make you do it or anything. No, it's fine. Well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. After the club meeting ends, and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monika starts up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so... Yeah... I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her or I just can't say it at all. Say what? Nothing. I am a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. What's that? What's so bad about that? I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid Natsuki doesn't like me very much. Aw, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? Well, I mean... just little signs, like how she only says hi to me after I say hi first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, you know? Maybe. Ha. My stupid head is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns that you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Yuri and Monika. Sayori gives Monika a quick hug. Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I wanna get close to her. You got this. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one as usual. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be a manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there. Hi. What you reading? Can I read with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was curious. Well, anyway, I just been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. I'll let you read it then. Can I sit next to you though? Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki and then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for a periodic flutter of pages being released from between her thumbs. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and closes her book. Did you finish? No, but I'm at a good stopping point. My head is swimming and it needs a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just drew them when I was thinking... I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with all of them. Oh my god. This one is sad because she thinks that the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. Damn, that's a very specific, characteristic, I guess. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Oh, sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no, it's just an observation. I think people get closer to each other if they find ways to express their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest, but she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend on the kind of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I felt comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am. So, you write poems? You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but... You should... would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault, it just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that'll make us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! 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 Hi, Natsuki! At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocent conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah? I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't want to talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different than talking about someone behind their back. I guess. I hate it when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a big smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we met. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them. And, like, sharing everything about myself, that's not how it works. Oh, I thought I saw something anyway. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know, I just feel bad. I know Sayori, so she should have realized. Monica navigates through her twinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the only one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I don't know. Could I divert her to another club activity for you or something? No way. That would be super underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that went through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would just make her just constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing your feelings, she'll totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. Ugh. It just feels dumb. Talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Hey. Sorry. That just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know that you're in kind of a tough spot, and that it's hard for you to really express yourself. But you've recently demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe that you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her thought in a mumble. And I'm glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything was going to be okay. Alright. Music. I can't tell what's new here. But that's fine, because it's all background music for the most part. OMG! Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but God's sake, don't tell Paula. He'd get 404'd in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of bypass, some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Based on the contents of the tweets, not screaming for help, I assume they're coming from the control simulation. Oh, this is not screaming for help. That's concerning. I didn't get any new pictures. Guess not. This one's really cute. I like this one. So far the best story was this one, but this one has the most ability to be the best story, because there's a lot to build on there. All right, this one, and balance, part 2. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning it out. Or of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by a glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Ooh, hey, that's Natsuki. I never run into other club members around school. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and wave. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with a friend, doesn't notice Sayori at all at first. Then she glances over to Sayori's direction. Sayori enthusiastically waves. Following her friend, Natsuki quickly ducks around a corner. Hey, she definitely saw me. Oh, poor Sayori. Monika is the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window and seeing Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was stupid to think that we'd ever be friends. She only gets excited because I got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me! Oh, I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry. I'm sorry. That was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do from anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh? Well, that makes sense based on the person you are, but Natsuki isn't shy at all. I thought we were friends, but it feels like every day she's trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like she only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? She was just walking with her friends. No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Sayori, you're very fond of your friends, right? You wouldn't want to be spending... would you always want to be spending time with them? Of course! I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best part of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people. I cherish my alone time. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think, well, if I was trying to have alone time and it was being threatened by an interruption, then I would just, or it would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. Well, let's see. We're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside of the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might differ. There are friends who just like to have their fun together, and others who like to talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, well, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jumping headfirst into new commitment. But that means I really was bothering her. I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so... Why was I so selfish? Even if that isn't true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful with Natsuki at all, because she already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her, and she doesn't want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori? I think that, well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill will towards you. So I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this, I'm sorry. You're a lot better at things like confronting and reassuring people. Suddenly Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others, and my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her, to try and make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just need to tell her that myself. I just need to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person, even if it's better for my friends. I want that. If it's better for my friends, I want that. It's very mature of you, Sayori. Hee I'm mature. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll spend the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh. Sayori steps aside. By the way, Yuri enters the club room. Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different people, but I don't think that's really true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping her pen along the desk, staring at it. Oh, are we writing today? Monika speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the classroom. She kneels down next to Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how things were going. It's fine, Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monika follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monika fell silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monika to see. It says, to Sayori. Aww! Understanding, Monika smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monika gives Natsuki's shoulder a squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed, and Monika, after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late, Sayori has determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, Natsuki also is staying late for an unknown reason. A silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori begins to close it and put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry. I didn't know where it was supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression. Oh. Then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the club room. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palm against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly Natsuki's stammering voice calls out from behind her. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Natsuki. Oh, this one's cute too. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all, she cuts herself short, struggling to continue, trying to force out the words that... Trying to force out the words, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to like feelings and stuff. Aww, she's so cute. So, face burning, Natsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up the sheet of paper for Sayori to take. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, all my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch, but it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks through the keyhole and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed and hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away. I need to see them again. I have so much to do and I'm so scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place and I still want to share it, however long it takes. If you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door and I'll show you the best place in the world. Oh, it's a poem. But I thought, well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it, please? Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that you probably have different ways to like and make friends. About that, the friendship stuff, it's okay. I understand. You don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job. So don't force yourself. If you're not ready, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault and I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approach you all the time and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendship should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Well, I'm getting a new background. Well, anyway, now that the two of us have found common ground, now that the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not gonna, like, share my poems all the time now or anything like that, but I guess it wouldn't hurt for me to do once in a while. Only the best ones. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying. More importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Aw, I wanted to enjoy. You wanted to enjoy it with me. That's so cute. Oh, shish. Alright, new picture. This one's really good though, too. Can't see it. Close this. I can't close this. Oh well, whatever. That one covers Natsuki, so it's inferior to this one, which doesn't cover Natsuki. But this one's really good too. Sorry for being gross. Alright, reflection. This is Yuri and Monica. Am I bothering you? No? Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and mouth open, trying to catch a piece of cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air, but pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. Okay. Maybe I should say something. No need. They will run out of cookie. What a waste. They're really becoming good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems to be good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though that may be partly my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh. But I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. Do you always read fantasy? Oh, not always. Sometimes it's all I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books left after this one. I guess those long books suit you since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, more or less indiscriminate to genres, I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Like romance? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri, you know what I mean. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do too. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely and people were mean to me a lot. So it just kind of felt like it. Please don't make me think about the past. I'm sorry. I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it's just between us? Try asking someone who has no shame, like Natsuki. Ouch. Sorry. I swear I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with going out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, are you talking about me? No. We were just talking about how interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series I really liked. Yeah. I was like really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Hey, kinda like you, Yuri. Monica. Sorry. That's completely wrong, so... It's still cool that you both really found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through hard times. You know it. Wow. What the heck is that? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked the whole series? Natsuki estimated, holding her hand above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas. That's like 50 volumes long, so I can say I've read more than you. Not that I have money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. I know, I was just joking. I can never actually read books like yours. They're too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill, I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion. I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori. Are those from the floor? Ah, gross! Also, wash your hands before touching my books. But my hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there, even if you can't see them. Fine. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yori, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have? Oh, yeah. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows how much these mean to me. How can she just leave me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You might be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like, especially in the literature club. So I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to go through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Alright. Okay, everyone. I have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to others' feelings. I think we have the chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Are you being a little overdramatic about this? It's important to me. Well, sorry. I just feel like I'm being accused of something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of our language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club, don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so. Sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us lots of different ways to express the same idea or mission. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when receiving our thoughts. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversations, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh jeez. How about your favorite fruit? Oh, that's easy. Cherries. Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious. Oh, that's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. Cherries are nasty, for the record. I'm just saying. How does that make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See? The reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries are nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait, hold on. How is that objective when you just said it was only your opinion? It has to do with the way our brains interpret words. You're talking about the reality of cherries, not your feelings about them. Like Sayori. Let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I thought cherries were disgusting. Good. So what if I said instead something like, I've tried cherries, but they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Oh, well that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty's a nasty word. Okay, so cherries was a kind of weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about cherries, I just talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. Instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not going to quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it's a tool to help tune your differences to positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, Sayori's funny. Oh, come on, Sayori. I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. Oh, I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? You're welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying people's loyalty. How deplorable. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. Cherry hater. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? I like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. Aw, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. It's just going to start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Hey, thanks for joining me for tea. Who is this? Monica's room. The space room? Oh, that's a nice room. How you doing? Let's just have a calm and rational discussion. Yeah, give me a little credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable to just speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever you like. I prefer more deep and nuance in my reading material. I look for stories that are immersive and sophisticated beyond the surface level. Oh, well that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were going to say that manga's for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. Well, there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What, are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I really prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. Excuse me? Hold on, can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because you are implying that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone who is immature is someone immature for being into manga, or for being into it? Ugh. Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki. Nobody's immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But, I mean, the thing about... This is ridiculous. Do you see why I don't want to participate in this? I knew it was just gonna make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. But I've always got the impression that you secretly look down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody else has the least bit of respect for the things I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in a mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling my interests immature. You can't... Please stop. Please? You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. Please don't invite yourself to solve problems, to solve other people's problems next time, okay? Yuri's piercing words sent the club room into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I never heard her sound like that before. She must be pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so... I was just saying... How did that happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. It was really a stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not into manga, but you don't have to actually look down on other people for it. That's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things. It's about recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me, and has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you're trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her, not just like the way we talk about each other, right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll reflect on this and actually think everyone I actually think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow. I'm just like saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out. because I can just move on now. But it's fine, I promise. It's just let's just get our minds off of this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want. But don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all in a good place. I don't want to start hurting each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given way by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This is bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other at the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. Sayori and Natsuki proceeded to distract themselves with manga. Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some of its members are incompatible with each other? Monica desperately didn't want to admit that, and she knew Sayori didn't either. But for once, a solution didn't seem to be in sight. Music. I don't need new music. No new emails, no new pictures. Alright, reflection part 2. Yes. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the club room earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. She sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry. My feelings are vacant because a ship sailed away. Yo! Ah! Natsuki? Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Haha, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you want me listening to your poetry thing. Yeah. Thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish that up then? Oh, no, I wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri's too nervous to come into the club room by herself, so... Oh, jeez. Does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a really bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while, but as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. I just want to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened, and if we all just ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion on me doesn't matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't mean you're weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that will help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy the way things were before we had to have a conversation yesterday. What part of the conversation made you upset? Was Yuri being mean about manga? Maybe. I doubt it though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got me this time, and I hate it. And I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I just hate that she thinks she's so much better than me, just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least a lot of other people decided that they don't like me or manga or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good. Yuri acts like she's too good even to give it a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly. Would you give Yuri's books a chance? Ha, after this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But you know, I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Sori shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with it. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover, and it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that both manga and fantasy are true to themselves. So I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. And I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica when I was new in the club. And then it was with you, and now with Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person's being such a jerk. And if they just realized that, then we could get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's just a jerk to me because no one likes me. And I don't know why. And I don't know what to do about it. And I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, I hate it. Natsuki. Sayori puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as anyone else. Everyone has different ways they communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you magically connect with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or to get the communication wrong. And that's something that Yuri struggles a lot with too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be strong. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends, I guess my dad. Like when I don't get good grades or even stupid things like my room isn't clean. So what am I going to do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So, things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I get really angry, and I find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really like then I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. It's part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase, and that I'm just way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house, but you gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then. And it's gonna make you feel like poop. So the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Oh, poor Sayori. Called depression. Oh, depression. But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. Oh. I want to be a good person like you. Oh, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. That's really upsetting. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance and complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Was it the result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged or left alone any longer. It might actually cover Natsuki's father and what he may or may not be in her life, because they already kind of mentioned it twice. What is this thing? Is this like a slippery sign? Like the wet floor? Anyway. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, I'm not gonna yell at you. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair of me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time I won't try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, alright? Yuri pauses for a second. Soccer tryouts. Bake sale. I want to go to this bake sale. Anyway, Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I have a lot of negative thought patterns and I can't get away from them. What kinds of negative thought patterns? Like everyone hates me, especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to the time that she found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just, well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh, but that means the burden's on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, Yuri shakes her head, her hands at her sides tugging on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me all the time behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you, and we got to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think about Natsuki? I don't think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person. For some reason, to just treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes. That's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her. But everyone seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never wrong or right, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, just act, or we can acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I can never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri was a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. And so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They don't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate with her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when your peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be a happy place for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri with adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to give you a hug now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable. No, I mean, well, if you wanted, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. I love when you communicate with your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see this side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh? A letter? What a great idea! Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me and forget to say all the important things and say the things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't usually gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that. And I wouldn't want it to be. Because everything I've learned is that relationships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposites in a lot of ways, but I'm friends with her because she put so much effort in understanding me so we could get along. I think it was the same with you. We both gave a lot of time and patience, and I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. That there's a type of person or magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that, always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica was caught by surprise. Yuri had always kept to herself so much that it was unusual to hear her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things. Oh, that's so sweet. I had no idea it meant so much to you. Monica never thought much about it, but in the past weeks, Yuri seemed to be especially attentive when it came to problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monica were naturally more comfortable with other people, and it came more easily can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, their own capacity to improve. And the final step towards improving itself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for. But Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. A very shy girl with long pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fist pressed to her collarbone. Okay, so she's like, okay. When she finds the literature club president, she stands at the door, glancing all around before peering inside. Monica is standing and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected. This was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door opens. Yuri? What a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks in response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Oh, thanks goodness. I thought this was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulders at her friends. Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. Just one sec. Monica trots back into the classroom to say something like I gotta go to her friends, and grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today. Just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? I don't know. I think I'm easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too. I do that too. Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in here. After peering inside, Monica opens the classroom door, and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches as Monica pulls two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monica beckons her to the seat. She stares down at an empty desk. Are you nervous? I don't want to do this. Well, we don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take the initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she packs up her pen. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder on Yuri's. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Oh, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But, never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer. Let's see her pen. Oh, she's got a regular pen. Her tension evident. Then she writes the word reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me! Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks. I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. Same goes for Natsuki too. We started off pretty hostile towards each other because I was worried about getting what I wanted, but she wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that too. So what kinds of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Well, let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable. So we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all of the things they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that you know you're ready to respect them and listen to them, and admit that things that you feel you could do better. Then finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, one for each of those points. Yeah, I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized. I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done this so much more than I have, you know? You spend so much time reflecting and being open-minded. It's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put that on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri's hand a squeeze. But she lets go. But as she lets go, she caught a surprise when Yuri's fingers curled around to hook Monika's hand in place. For a while they sat like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen on paper. Yesterday you told me something that I've been thinking about a lot. What's that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being. We need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you feel about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is just trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monika peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it closer, partially covering it with her arms. I have to be able to read it to help you out, you know? It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk with you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I'd prefer not to let others read it. Yuri laughs to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into the whole thing, and I've done enough damage. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But listening to you so much. Did I do the wrong person? Whatever. Has really helped me make sense of things. Yeah, that was Yuri. I'll always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of things. So just don't call it damage, please. Monika gave Yuri a smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks, and all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish it? Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales, and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monika nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod. The two depart. Alright. Oh wow, I guess that was... Oh no, that was Yuri's one. Oh, she's dropping papers. That's these two. There's still 3 of these? There's the snacks. still want to go to this bake sale. Whatever. Got a couple of things here. I don't have any of these. Staying focused on our goals. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. How does elevated access to VM affect a person's emotional state? How does granting elevated access to the VM's affect a person's values and goals? How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the content of their VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? Weaponized? What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how might your observations apply to our own universe? Bonus. How can you present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Related note. Whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, can you please change it back? It's unprofessional and it runs the risk of drawing eyes. Are you talking about this? Like part here? Down here? All this stuff? And 2, 2, 1. Yeah, I still can't open that. If I can open that, it's going to be at 2:40, which I missed by 7 minutes. Oh well, that sucks. Okay, anyway. Side stories. Alright. We're starting Natsuki and Yuri. The last side story that's here. Let's yeah, let's get going. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. The hallway by the stairs and the vending machine. Because the staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason to come here. It's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. What? They're both there. Eep. What are you doing here? Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath. with the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came here to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki also looks away, shuffling over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seems to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki stands in place. She glances all around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. That seems to be a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. She finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the stairs and hesitantly sits herself down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's gentle permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. After just two sits, and the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what it may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at this stuff. I just can't for some reason. I don't know why. But I want to, eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. The next day, Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does. Today she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again. Well, I just came to read this because there aren't many people around here. Oh? I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't, but there's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since, they all just assumed I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly. I just don't want to come up now, after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are into manga? Not unless online friends count. And Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it. You know what I mean? Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into just look like books, so you don't really have to feel like everyone is constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be awful. Especially since I already haven't paid attention on so much. So it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. If you're like me and have no one to share your hobby with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We all just make we were all just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote, God, I used to be... Pseudonym? A pseudonym. But I liked it at that time, and I got a lot of good fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now you'll think the same thing about our current selves. Probably. Doesn't that make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future coming to terms with me right now. Ow. I don't know. I didn't mean to do that so hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri slyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile, as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. Conversation ends quickly and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour, but the whole time Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having so abruptly forced the end of the conversation. You're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices the bottle of iced tea on the staircase, where she normally sits. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought, never mind. What I meant to say is thank you. And it's a really nice gesture. But it's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It was the other things that I said I didn't mean. I swear, please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot too. So I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief, then sits down next to Yuri and takes out the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something nice for you next time. Please don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. They were just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. Like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they just also just can't take anything seriously. So when I'm, I don't know, feeling serious, when their attitudes just really get on my nerves. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined the literature club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good with just putting up with it, but because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like, or something. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not gonna demand for everyone around me to change. But yeah, I know. Monika and Sayori really don't agree with that kind of thing. But they're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say what you should do. Just communicate your feelings or whatever. But it's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry, none of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. Huh, that's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. Do you think it's weird? No, that's not weird. I just misunderstood. I probably just misunderstood, so I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some of the things you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot. And we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh. I'm bad at a lot of those things. So? Are those things that are important to you? Well, kind of, but they're not like... but they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm like still friends with them too. Well, Sayori really likes your baking. And she makes you laugh. And she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Excuse me? How about you don't talk about my friends? How about you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about? Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. You can't just compare friends like that, and measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why my friends... Wait. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not. You like that? I just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts, like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're like, "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. You really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh? You don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset, or I just want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have to answer that, I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with pages of her book. How come you like reading so much? Oh, well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like, I want to be part of it. I think there's a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strange emotional connection with them in ways that I never felt with real people. So in a way, I can sometimes feel they're more real than real life. Really? It's that hard for you to be around people, like, all the time? Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation, saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do and I just disengage. Oh. That doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one, and I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with just the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly it makes my heart ache. Yeah, me too. Really? A lot. Oh? Like, more than anything. Oh. After Natsuki mutters that, silence falls in the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence, one full of understanding. Side story. This one. Last one. Then we're going to bed. Hey. Hello. I almost thought you were coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had always been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. I hung out with them for a little while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I had to come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share them too. Natsuki sits down and opens the lid of her container. You made cupcakes. You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it would be a good time again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twists it in her fingers. It's brown with dark green frosting, immaculately shaped into a floral pattern, and topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. I just thought that because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green flavored tea? Or green tea flavored. Wow. I'm getting tired. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Don't laugh at me. I'm not. I just felt happy. Oh, sorry. Usually when... Never mind. What I meant is I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them for past experience. Yuri's face turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. How did you get into baking? Oh, well, I don't know. It just kind of always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago I read a manga with a lot of baking, so I got like super into it for a while, but was probably making stuff almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I wanted. I knew I liked anyway. It's like baking is an art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards. Yeah, maybe you're too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my other favorite part about it. It's something I can do that makes a lot of other people happy, like unconditionally. Everyone is always so thankful, and in that moment you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued. Yeah, I guess that. So you were able to make up with your friends today? There wasn't really anything to make up about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool. And that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So they're not going to stop? I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way things are. I'm not the only one who has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere else, somewhere to go now that when I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh, I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles in Yuri's clenched fists. I'm glad that the situation is resolved. And you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me, but it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it at Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. Then she shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines in protest. I know, and I like them very much. Exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if that's the way you know how to make them happy, then I'm not going to take that from you. No, they were for making you happy. You made me happy. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you. And to be your friend. Without warning, tears pour out of Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing in her arms. Natsuki? I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her tears away. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. And it feels super wrong when you say that all those nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it. I'm sorry? No, I am. It's so difficult. And I can't even think of a single thing about myself that somebody would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person. Like to be nice and do the things you wrote in that letter. Even if I tried in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal about it. You know, I think a lot of those negative things about myself too. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say, and later I feel like all I said was the wrong things. And I spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So I understand sometimes that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter to express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her handbag and pulls out some tissue, then hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself, that only makes you a good person, so you don't have to worry much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're a fun for people to be around, and you're not shy, and you know how to make people laugh, and you're very passionate about things, and you know how to take the lead, and you care a lot about other people. Just a lot of things. Oh? Well, now that you're making me feel really embarrassed, well, you're the one who asked. And don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile, then she begins to sigh and it fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time, then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? Just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like, I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. I don't really know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the pattern of the tile floor as she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were really happy for you instead of mad at you? For what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical, Natsuki says with a little confusion in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. It's probably just making me feel so confused, because I'm threatened out of the thing that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against what I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms to her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something scary. To do what? You know, to end it. With them? Natsuki nods. You don't think you were actively I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. I wasn't until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long and you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into that. So much that has, that it feels like it's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about it, Natsuki sighs. It's really scary and terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone. Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with. Not being able to replace what I've had with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? No, not physically. But... Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki? What? If anyone thinks to cause you harm, I'll unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts and laughs. Don't laugh at me. Sorry, I was just... I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I mean it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. And the conversation lapses. Again, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. Well then, I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds onto her feelings, knowing that it will give her courage. Oh, you're here first today. And you brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding her volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when you got a good series. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just none of it left. It makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book in the series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting the story conclude. I don't know if I want it to go on forever. Maybe. But there's some things that I wish I could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Yeah, definitely. I can think of at least one thing I've read that's gotten pretty unbearable like halfway through, and the ending really sucked. So it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess either way it sucks. Well, the nature of things, they have to come to an end. Two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading materials. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out to dinner. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like with friends at the mall or downtown or whatever. I'm not a total shut-in, you know? Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends and arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Board game group? It doesn't matter, it's just some nerdy stuff. Why do you ask? I was just curious. I just realized that I could picture it. I just realized I couldn't picture it, so I was curious. Yuri and Natsuki realize that Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees to her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she might have done or said. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier telling them, and then I blocked them all because I was afraid of their responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick, and I want to hit my head against things. Help, please help. I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breaths, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki to sit on the step behind her. Then she pulls her hands over Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes more apparent, though Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good, safe place, where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep breath. Beneath her hand, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise, and Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri's. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath is shaky on the way out. It's good. Let's keep going. Yuri's breaths breathes once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight onto Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe and comfortable physical space. Minutes pass in silence. By now the worst part is past, but Yuri is determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees and her breathing has more steadied. Then she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is this gonna keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to prevent it in the future, but I think it'll naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, and Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes her feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because Natsuki and Yuri are perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it. It's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver in the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. Oh. Do you really mean that? You're probably gonna regret saying that if you do. How so? Because I'm probably gonna have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So if you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around lots of places, I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. I know a good ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor? Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember. The first day that you came to club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor, but you said you had no idea for me. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh wait, yes I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. That's a good guess. My favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is it fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time you can try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry's my favorite. What a coincidence. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have the sick feeling in my stomach, but it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I can be doing? Wait, hold on. Is there anything better I could be doing from Yuri? Not that I know of. There's nothing that'll make this easier for me. And you already did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that I think it helped me understand my needs a little bit better. The way I like to be treated. And the kinds of friends I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place, even though I was scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first. With the help of Sayori. But you said I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, whatever, you know what I'm saying. Well, I guess. I'm glad that you worked up the courage. Even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you're being a lot more difficult. I tell you're making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave. And it would make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of that. Proud of you for that. Anyone? You mean like you? Yes, like me. You know, I can get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now, but I really think that good things are in store. Those are just my honest feelings. Thanks. Feels really nice to be reassured. The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air, a feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting where the 4 club members will happily spend time together. Each of them, all their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next, Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to go to the bookstore together. Oh, that's really good too. This is all full. I'm missing one here. Oh, this is probably the quote-unquote bad ending poem. I'm missing 2 of these. Interesting. I'm gonna have to find those. And I don't have... Well, these are the secret poems, so I'll have to play through the game a bunch more to make sure I get all of those. And these are probably related to getting all the secret poems and maybe some other random things. Don't know what these are. No promo. Interesting. Okay, so let's see here. Best story was this one for sure. 100%. I think second best one was this one. But that's mostly because I relate a lot to Natsuki in being comfortably uncomfortable and forcing yourself to get through things. Damn, I think in general, I don't know, I really like this a lot. All the girls move up or up in whatever rank you want to give them. I think they're all still in the same order, but Yuri goes up a lot, because I used to, if I was going to rank them 1 to 10, it'd be Natsuki 10, Monica like 8, Suori like 7, and then Yuri like 4. But now it's more like Yuri's like right behind everyone else, because they added so much depth to her in this version. Because in the original game, her and Natsuki didn't have a lot anyway, but I feel like Natsuki had more. But yeah, Yuri is like significantly higher now. Anyway, let's quit out of here, go to here, close this because I don't know why that's open, find someone to raid. Damn, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Who do I want to raid? I guess I don't. There's like nobody on right now. Let's. All right. Let me pull up my raid message first, which is this one, and I still need to make a command for it. All right, so raid message. Starry Libra is playing Dungeons and Dragons, so I guess we'll raid her because there's like nobody else online that I know, at least. Like there's some other random people that I like never ever talk to. Like I kind of barely talk to Starry. Alright, well, we're doing this. Oop. Okay, so in theory I'm gonna have another stream in 11 hours. I might have to postpone that because it's pretty late and I have some other things to do tomorrow too. So I don't know. I don't like being delayed to my streams, but I've been very busy this week. So in theory, I'm definitely gonna play Horizon Zero Dawn tomorrow, ultra hard mode. It's supposed to start at 3 Pacific, but that'll be in 11 hours, and I need to sleep before then, and I have errands to run, so it's almost certainly gonna be delayed. I'll probably push it back to like 6 o'clock or something, like normal. Well, normal, like my other times. Wednesday, I'm gonna go back to Hollow Knight. I'm gonna be grinding out some Pantheon of the Night to try to get kill the Pure Vessel in the Pantheon of the Night. And if we manage to finish that, we'll take a first pass at the Pantheon of Hollow Knight, because I'll need to get to Ultimate Radiance or whatever it's called in order to practice them. But I very highly doubt I'll make it that far. And then next week I'll play something else. And I went out my time. Oh well. Oop. Let me unmute her.
What do you guys see?
Well, you're not Pebble.
Move up behind me. Move up in front of me. I mean.
I see nothing.
Hi, Toma.
Refresh the page.
Yeah, refresh the page.
Oh joy.
No,
Gentleman's raid. Thank you so much for the raid.
I see nothing. No tokens.
What?
We died.
Someone got him?
I think so.
I heard a little noise. Wasn't
I
it?
heard it too, but I don't know what it was for.
Could we change
No one's
windows
gone.
up? What's going on?
Discord post.
I am back. For some reason, my hotspot
That was
died.
Pebble.
Ooga
Yeah,
booga.
I'm gonna have to refresh because I see nothing.
Yeah, refresh.
Yeah.
Could you guys hear me before?